Chapter 677. Chi-Chi. The sound of rushing air approached from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already been transmitted to everyone's ears. It was as though the golden light pillar had already arrived in front of them, causing everyone present to feel a great shock in their hearts. At the same time, waves of powerful do-chi surged out from the bodies of the elite do-di present. Dozens of figures moved in unison. They appeared just like colorful and fragrant butterflies as they flew in the empty air. The golden light pillar was just like a falling meteor as it cut through the sky. Finally, it disappeared when it came into contact with the golden light on the ground below. During this process, the two light pillars did not harm a single person. With the experience from the previous couple of times, all the elite do-di present finally had some understanding of this formation in their hearts. However, they were still far from being able to break the formation by themselves. No one dared to relax in their hearts after dodging the two golden lights. At the same time, the couple of powerful elite do-di hurriedly turned their gazes to Zhuolin. They hoped that he would be able to lead them to break the formation as he had said. Zhuolin immediately smiled when he saw the gazes of those elite do-di being shot over. He immediately turned around and extended his white hand from under his sleeves. He pointed at the many lotus stone blocks on the open ground below and spoke in a loud voice. That is the method to break this formation. The faces of all the elite do-di present involuntarily revealed a stunned expression when these words were uttered. Soon after, Zhuolin hurriedly continued speaking when the second golden light was about to land, seemingly in order to convince everyone. The strength that supports this large formation comes from those stone blocks. From the beginning until now, there have been a total of 7 light pillars that have taken people's lives. Everyone, please take a careful look. Currently, 7 of those rotating stone blocks on the open ground have already stopped rotating. Even the golden light that covered the stone blocks has completely disappeared. Doesn't this indicate that this is the source of those golden light pillars? All the elite do-di present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard Zhuolin's subjective words. However, since they had already made their stand clear, it would not be easy for them to disembark after boarding Zhuolin's boat. Hence, all the elite do-di present could only throw their gazes toward the stone blocks on the open ground in a half-believing manner. As expected, among those stone blocks that were constantly rotating, 7 of them had indeed stopped rotating. Moreover, even the golden light in the center of the lotus had completely dissipated. What should we do now? An old man from the crowd looked at Zhuolin with a frown. He somewhat believed Zhuolin's logic. However, how they were going to break the formation was the most important question. If the large formation was not broken, they would not be able to escape the fate of sinking even if they changed a boat. Old sir, you have asked the question. Hearing this, Zhuolin's face immediately revealed a satisfied smile. He smiled slightly and replied, the success and failure of this large formation lies in this. Since the core strength of the large formation originates from here, as long as we join hands and destroy these stone blocks, this large formation will naturally be destroyed and disappear. Zhuolin placed his hands behind his back. His face carried a smile as his gaze calmly looked at the many elite do-di present. However, some of the elite do-di present involuntarily laughed out loud when Zhuolin's words were emitted. It was a long while later before someone finally asked Zhuolin in a deep voice, Young Master Zhuo, if this is the method to break the formation that you have mentioned, isn't it a little too simple? It is merely a few stone blocks. With our strength, wouldn't it be extremely easy to destroy them? It would be as simple as crushing an ant. Everyone laughed. Such a small matter was actually spoken by Zhuolin, as if it was a big matter. It was really laughable. Oh, is that so? Zhuolin smiled faintly. However, a smile had just appeared on everyone's faces in the empty space, when 2 enormous golden light pillars emitted a chi sound and passed through the crowd. In an instant, quite a number of the already small number of elite do-di present had died. Immediately, the expressions of the remaining group of people changed drastically. Zhuolin responded with a cold smile. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he spoke once again. If everyone does not believe me, you can attack and give it a try. As long as you see this stone block break, you will naturally know whether it is a success or failure. As soon as these words left Zhuolin's mouth, Everyone present glanced at each other. They knew in their hearts that this was already the last method. Even if they were helpless, they had to brace themselves and charge forward. Otherwise, only death would await them. Allow the old me to break this formation. Suddenly, an old man wearing a brocade robe from the crowd in the empty space suddenly attacked. He waved his large sleeve and numerous terrifying Do-Chi lights shot out. They were just like shooting stars as they violently smashed toward the stone blocks in the open ground below. Bang! Following the appearance of an earth-shaking loud sound, golden light shot in all directions around the large open ground. Do-Chi rippled and dust swiftly swept over the entire open ground following the Do-Chi waves. That elite Do-Di who had attacked earlier emitted a disdainful cold laugh from his nose. The instant he raised his gaze, he discovered that the enormous golden formation in the sky above his head had once again begun to churn at this moment. What is going on? Don't tell me that Zhuo Lin's judgment is wrong. Damn it. What should we do now? Bastard. Go all out. Charge into the large formation, and forcefully obtain the inheritance. Once we obtain the inheritance, we will be the only victors here. The eyes of the elite Do-Di in the empty space revealed a hopeless expression, as they stared at the large golden formation in the sky that had once again begun to circulate. Some of them were already prepared to make a final gamble. No matter what, they would not be willing to die in this place. The thing that was different from the others was that Xiao Yan's gaze was currently placed on the stone blocks in the open ground below. When the dust on the open ground slowly scattered, Xiao Yan's dark black pupils suddenly shrunk at this moment. His heart involuntarily felt a surprise because of this. So this is the case. This Zhuo Lin is really frightening. The dust scattered and one could see that the open ground below was completely calm. The attack of that elite Do-Di did not cause the stone blocks in the open ground to suffer even the slightest damage. When Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked over, he could see a layer of golden light on the surface of some of the stone blocks. It was protecting those stone blocks within it. Is it like this? No wonder I am unable to break the formation using an ordinary method. Since this is the case, let me give it a try. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. In the empty space he, who was hidden under a black robe, called out to the narwhal snake. His body immediately flashed and the invisible space twisted slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body had already disappeared from this empty space. Huh. It's him. He has indeed discovered it. Zhuo Lin, who was standing to the side, smiled coldly. His expression became increasingly doubtful as he stared at Xiao Yan. At the same time, two golden pillars of light shot down from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth as they shot down towards the people below. Xiao Yan stood in front of a stone block that was swiftly rotating on the open ground. A heavenly flame surged deep within his eyes. Under the close observation of Xiao Yan, the stone block in front of him, which was rotating at a frightening speed, gradually slowed down in Xiao Yan's mind. Suddenly, both of Xiao Yan's hands under his sleeves were slowly clenched. The Do-Chi that was flowing within the Chi paths in his body also gradually became faster. It swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiao Yan's palms until a certain moment, when the two golden light pillars that fell from the sky once again charged into the crowd. A pair of eyes that were filled with flames under the black robe suddenly opened at this moment. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. The black robe flapped and Xiao Yan's body instantly shot through the empty space like a sharp arrow. When the punch was thrown, even the invisible empty space trembled because of it. An ear-piercing rushing wind sound resounded over the entire space, along with the sound of the golden light pillar falling. However, compared to the latter, the former appeared to be filled with sharpness and overbearingness. Its sharpness was completely exposed, appearing as though it wanted to cut through everything in the world. Its force was unstoppable and unmatched. The strong and ferocious fist wind agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. It was just like the vanguard of a vast and mighty army. Only the strength of this force would be able to deal the enemy the most powerful blow. If the current Xiao Yan was a long spear, the fist wind above his head would be the cold glint at the tip of the spear. It was the kind that caused one's heart to bleed upon seeing it. 8th grade collapse. Break for me. Xiao Yan suddenly cried out loudly in his heart. The 8th grade collapse was one of the earliest Do techniques that Xiaoyan had become famous for. Xiaoyan's understanding of it had long since surpassed the Tian class Do techniques. When he used it now, forget about the 8th layer, it was likely that even the 10th layer, 18th layer, or 80th layer would not be a problem. Such a strong, ferocious, overbearing strength was naturally most compatible with the physical strength that Xiaoyan had painstakingly trained all over his body. All of this appeared to be a short period of time, but in reality, it was merely the blink of an eye. The instant the golden light pillar descended, Xiaoyan's fist had already solidly smashed into a stone block. Bang! Following the muffled explosion sound that was emitted, a frightening energy storm immediately raged over the open ground. Xiaoyan's fist actually violently smashed into the stone block in front of him. The powerful force forcefully stopped this swiftly rotating stone block. Soon after, numerous thick crack lines swiftly climbed onto the entire stone block, after which Xiaoyan's arm shook. The force that was hidden within his arm suddenly erupted at this moment. One could hear a bang sound and the stone block in front of Xiaoyan suddenly burst apart. As for the golden light formation that guarded the surface of the stone block, it was forcefully shattered by Xiaoyan's most overbearing strength. Of course, it was also thanks to the hidden force of the grade 8 crumble that completely shattered it from the inside out, resulting in the current situation. It was also at this moment that as Xiaoyan's punch landed, one of the 2 golden-colored light pillars that were swiftly descending toward everyone in the battleground exploded with a bang in front of everyone's stunned gazes. It turned into golden-colored light spots that permeated the sky. They were like numerous golden-colored snowflakes or fireflies in the daytime as they drifted away in a disorderly manner. As for the other light pillar, it successfully charged into the crowd. After killing an elite Do-di, it swiftly disappeared. However, at this moment, everyone no longer had the time to bother about this. The reason why the golden light had suddenly exploded was what they were most concerned about at this moment. Soon after, the gazes of everyone in the open ground suddenly turned. Numerous gazes were like spotlights that landed on Xiaoyan's body at this moment. Only at this moment did everyone gradually recover. All of their gazes were surprised as they looked at Xiaoyan in the open ground. They watched the stone block that had completely exploded under his punch, and recalled the scene from earlier. A huge wave immediately rose within everyone's hearts. At the same time, the hearts of everyone present also recalled the words that Zhuolin had said. Those stone blocks are really the key to breaking this formation. The hearts of all the elite Do-di immediately rejoiced. Since this was the case, as long as they were able to break the formation, they would have the opportunity to obtain the Do-chi inheritance in the hands of the statue in the middle of the open ground. The hearts of everyone present felt their blood boil when they thought of this. They moved one after another and each of them charged toward a stone block. At this moment, these elite Do-di in the open ground were just like well-trained soldiers. One of them was able to command the entire army. It was really a little ironic that such a thing had happened to a group of elite Do-di who did not trust each other. However, compared to Xiaoyan, these people were not so lucky. Although everyone's strength had already reached the level of an elite Do-di, it was extremely difficult for them to perform an overbearing attack like Xiaoyan did earlier. Bang bang bang. When the first wave of attacks began, the elite Do-di present immediately discovered the uniqueness of this stone block. Originally, they thought that it was merely a stone block and was not a big deal. However, they were only able to sense the strangeness of this stone block when they personally attacked. At the instant when the two came into contact, the strength of the Do skills in the hands of these elite Do-di would be forcefully reduced by over half by the swiftly rotating stone block in front of them. Additionally, there was a powerful defensive formation covering the exterior of the stone block. Even these elite Do-di would not be able to destroy a stone block within a short period of time. All the Do-di involuntarily sighed quietly in their hearts when they thought of this in their hearts. At the same time, they could not help but feel shocked by the strength of this black-robed person that Xiaoyan had disguised himself as. Being able to completely shatter a stone block with just one punch. This kind of frightening battle result was not something that an ordinary elite Do-di could achieve. They were even more unable to act as carefree as Xiaoyan. Haha, old mister is indeed someone with extraordinary strength. I admire you. However, if a mere stone block wishes to block me, humph humph, Huoba, who had descended from the open ground, laughed out loud. He first cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan before suddenly turning around. Douqi swiftly agglomerated in his palm, and his palm landed heavily on the stone block in front of him. At the same time, Bai Ying and Sun Shua also stood in front of a stone block in a couple of other directions. Even Zhuo Bentang from the Zhuo clan descended. Douqi wildly surged out of his body and violently smashed toward the stone block in front of him. Only Zhuo Lin continued to stand in the empty air by himself. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan, who was wrapped in a black robe. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. "You, who exactly are you?" Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 678. Human figures flashed over the enormous open ground that was overflowing with golden light. Intense explosions were continuously being emitted over the open ground, causing the entire place to tremble intensely. At this moment, all of the remaining elite Dodi present had each occupied a side. They stood in groups of 2s and 3s in front of a stone block. Powerful Douqi wildly surged within each of their bodies. One after another, frightening Do skills were violently thrown out by these elite Dodi's hands. They carried an endless aura as they heavily smashed toward the enormous stone block in front of them. Despite this, even though everyone present was an elite Dodi, they were still unable to destroy a stone block within a short period of time, even if 3 elite Dodi were to join hands. In the blink of an eye, a total of 4 hours had passed since everyone from the manufacturer had attacked together until now. However, during these 4 hours, the combined efforts of dozens of elite Dodi were only able to destroy a couple of the stone blocks. Until this moment, there were still a total of 12 enormous stone blocks that were still standing completely in this open ground. There were quite a number of stone blocks that had finally stopped because the energy within them had been completely exhausted. Chi. The glaring golden light that was being emitted from the large golden formation in the sky gradually paled following the decrease in the number of stone blocks. Even though this was the case, the strength of the golden light pillar that shot out from it did not weaken at all. Anyone who came into contact with it would be able to preserve their life without exception. At this moment, the large golden formation, which had been quiet for a couple of breaths, was once again activated. A frightening aura that caused one's heart to tremble was once again emitted from it. The expression on the faces of everyone present involuntarily changed when Cheju Dao's aura was transmitted over. Breaking the formation was the most important thing at this moment. Earlier, a couple of elite Dodi had died under the golden light because they were in a hurry to break the formation. At this moment, this group of people did not wish to repeat the same mistake. "Everyone be careful. That thing is coming again." An elite Dodi on the open ground hurriedly cried out loudly. After working together for a moment, no one present dared to easily abandon the people beside them. After all, given the strength of this stone block, it was impossible for a single person to destroy it. Unless they borrowed the help of even more experts and joined hands, only then would it be possible to swiftly destroy it. After everyone heard the words that were emitted from the mouth of this elite Dodi, all the elite Dodi present recovered. One by one, they paused their bodies and stared at the bright golden light in the sky with solemn expressions. Soon after, 2 rays of light with frightening auras swiftly shot out from the golden-colored formation in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they tore through empty space and ruthlessly shot toward everyone below. One of them was aimed at Xiaoyan, who was standing outside of the crowd at this moment. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw the sharp light pillar that shot toward him. Ever since he had blasted apart a stone block with a punch earlier, this damn thing seemed to be bearing a grudge. Each time it landed, one of the 2 light pillars would be aimed at Xiaoyan. Even though Xiaoyan was not afraid, he would definitely not be able to endure it if this continued. Damn it. There is really no end to it. Xiaoyan let out a soft cold cry in his heart. His body hurriedly flashed. Only then did he barely dodge the golden light that was heading toward him. At the same time, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned. A fierce expression immediately surfaced on his face under the black robe. His large hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. Douqi agglomerated in his palm, and the skin on the surface of his body was swiftly covered by a layer of purple gold dragon scales. A hot flame swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiaoyan's eyes at this moment. Break. Soon after, Xiaoyan let out a stern cry in his heart. A powerful force forcefully tore the surrounding empty space apart when it rushed through the empty space. The strength of this attack was even more powerful than the punch from earlier. Bang! The fist landed and the stone block collapsed along with it soon after. Xiaoyan lifted his eyes and looked at the large golden formation in the sky. Following the destruction of another stone block, the golden light that Xiaoyan had dodged earlier no longer descended. Moreover, the glow on the large golden formation had also become increasingly dim. This fellow, what an overbearing strength! Who is he? If there really was such a person in the western region, how could we not know of him? The reappearance of this scene involuntarily caused everyone present to be shocked in their hearts. Within the four great clans, Zhuo Bentang's and Huoba's gazes involuntarily changed when they looked at Xiaoyan. Elder Huoba, who is this person? Why is he so strong? Hua Tian frowned as he looked at Xiaoyan in the battleground. His heart felt extremely solemn. With such a powerful strength, it was likely that even he was far from being a match for this black-robed person. From the way this black-robed person attacked and the strength that he unleashed, this person was definitely not an ordinary elite Dodi. It was likely that no one would believe that he was some unknown person. At the very least, from the strength that the latter had displayed at this moment, his strength seemed to be comparable to the people from the four great clans. I don't know, this is the first time that even I have seen this fellow. Before this, I have never heard of such an elite Dodi. Could it be that he has also just arrived in the western region? Huoba frowned and shook his head. His heart was similarly filled with doubt toward this black-robed person in front of him. This stone block was something that even he would have to exhaust quite a lot of strength if he wanted to break it with a punch. However, at this moment, this stone block was actually like tofu in front of this black-robed person. It was easily destroyed by him. This really caused one to be shocked. On the other side, even Zhuo Bentang from the Zhuo clan was similarly frowning as he looked at Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe. His brows were filled with surprise as his pair of old eyes slowly narrowed. First young master said that it is fine if this person can become friends with us. If he cannot, we must not become enemies with him. First young master is right. Such an enemy is something that even our Zhuo clan cannot easily offend. Zhuo Bentang sighed with a solemn feeling in his heart. Only then did his tightly knit brows slowly relax as he looked at Zhuo Lin behind him. At this moment, there was a cold smile in Bai Ying's heart. From the looks of it, the attention of the Zhuo clan and the Hua clan was currently attracted by this black-robed person in front of him. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. After all, compared to them, he was clearly aware of the identity of this black-robed person. At the same time, Xiaoyan also withdrew his hand. He lifted his eyes to look at the large golden formation in the sky. The expression in his eyes became increasingly cold. I say, the few of you over there. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to watch over there. As members of the four great clans, I do not believe that all of you are unable to even deal with this stone block. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned. He stared at Bai Ying a short distance away as he spoke in a seemingly hinting manner. Although he was not afraid of this light beam, if he continued to be exhausted like this, how would he have the strength to fight for the Doqi inheritance? At that time, not only would he not be able to obtain the Doqi inheritance, his fighting strength would also be greatly reduced. If this group of people were to recognize his identity, it would likely be difficult for him to leave. Hence, Xiaoyan had no choice but to make some plans for himself. Everyone hurriedly withdrew their thoughts upon hearing this. Numerous gazes were once again thrown towards the stone block. Moreover, at this moment, an intense explosion suddenly sounded in the square. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present were once again attracted over. Ugh, it's Sun Shuo. What a frightening strength. It is unexpected that he is also able to shatter a stone block with one strike. The gazes of everyone present were shocked as they looked at the current Sun Shuo. In front of them, an enormous stone block was slowly falling. That stone block was already covered with densely packed crack lines. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. They could see an enormous fist imprint deeply embedded into the stone block. From the looks of it, it should be caused by some kind of extremely powerful Do technique. Oh. It is unexpected that he has actually attacked. Moreover, he has used his full strength. Seeing this scene, Hwoba could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. However, he quickly frowned again. His eyes revealed a worried expression. During this trip to the remains, Sun Shua's eldest son had died here. At this moment, although he had already recovered his consciousness, the killing intent and fury in his heart could never be quelled. However, it was also because of this that his strength was even greater than before. If they were to fight under such circumstances, it was likely that even Hwoba would not be a match for him. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that the real murderer of Sun Shua's son seemed to be that fellow called Xiaoyan. If he was not wrong, that Xiaoyan should be among this group of people at this moment. If this was the case, it was likely that they would be able to save a great deal of trouble sooner or later. As long as they waited for Xiaoyan's identity to be exposed at the critical moment, Sun Shua's target would instantly change. At that time, the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue would only be up to their 3 clans to fight over. Of course, other than this, there was also this mysterious black-robed person present. However, it was hard to say just who the Doqi inheritance would land in at that time. No one was willing to become enemies with an elite Dodi who possessed extraordinary strength. If his side was able to befriend him, he might be able to obtain the Doqi inheritance when the time came. Hwoba involuntarily laughed in his heart when he thought of this. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and placed it on the stone block closest to him. Since he wanted to curry favor with the other party, he should go with the flow. Was this not the fastest way to close the relationship between both parties? When Baiying noticed the gaze that Xiaoyan shot over, he involuntarily laughed at the latter. His body immediately moved and violently charged toward the stone block in front of him. Zhuo Benteng involuntarily frowned when he saw that the other 3 clans had already acted. How could he not understand the aim of these 3 clans in his heart? He immediately moved and charged toward a stone block that was relatively close to him. However, right at that moment, Zhuo Lin, who was behind him, suddenly called out to him to a stop. Wait! Zhuo Benteng's charging body suddenly paused. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhuo Lin behind him. Why, the other 3 clans have already acted. Are we still going to wait here? Once this fellow is roped in by the other 3 clans, at that time, there is no need to bother about him. Just let him be. Now all you need to do is to preserve your strength. Although I am not certain, I have a faint feeling that there will likely be a tough battle soon. As for this black-robed person, humph. Zhuo Lin let out a faint cold snort at the end of his words. However, he quickly turned his gaze and parted his mouth to laugh. However, since the other 3 clans have already acted, you should at least put on an act. You only need to break 1 stone block. Leave the rest to them. Zhuo Lin withdrew his hand from Zhuo Benteng's shoulder after saying this. After which, his body gently landed on the square. A pair of sword-like eyes stared intently at the statue in the middle of the square. More accurately speaking, he was staring at the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue. With this, the next chief of the Sky Sword sect will definitely be me. The expression in his eyes gradually became cold. A pair of white hands slowly clenched under his snow-white sleeves, emitting a creaking sound. As everyone on the square attacked with all their might, this time, only 4 of the 9 stone stools remained in the square in a short period of time. It was also at this moment that the nearly transparent large formation in the sky appeared to be unwilling to give up despite having reached such a stage. It once again began to churn. This time around, all of the strength on it wildly agglomerated within the faint golden light cluster. The aura within it was many times stronger than before. Everyone immediately frowned when they saw this. There was always a stern expression between their brows. Numerous gazes stared at the golden light cluster in the sky. The Doqi within everyone's bodies surged out in an even more turbulent manner. Finally, is it time for the final fight? Everyone raised their heads. Their gazes looked at the sky. While the Doqi on the surface of their bodies churned, everyone present had already made preparations to withdraw. Chi. Soon after, the cluster of golden light, which had already become many times paler in the sky above everyone's heads, suddenly churned intensely. Soon after, Four golden light pillars with frightening auras suddenly shot out from within and shot toward the crowd below. Everyone's hearts were immediately greatly shocked when they saw this scene. It was unexpected that four golden light pillars would appear at the same time. Unless they were able to destroy the four stone blocks before these light pillars killed them, they could only wait for death in this place. Quick! Don't hold back anymore. Attack together and destroy these four stone blocks. Otherwise, the next person to die might be any one of us. Mu Kuanluan, who was holding the black metal rod, let out a stern cry from the crowd. His strong body suddenly shook and green-colored doqi immediately rose on the surface of his body. At the same time, the people around him did not dare to hesitate even a little. What Mu Kuanluan said was right. If they dared to hold back even a little, the next person to die might be the person who held back. Soon after, over 10 kinds of extraordinary do skills were swung out from everyone's hands when the four light pillars fell. They carried the ability to destroy the world as they violently collided with the remaining four stone blocks. Bang! An enormous bang reverberated unceasingly over this large open ground. Soon after, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at the four light pillars that were shooting toward them in the sky. As the rumbling sound was emitted, the four light pillars continued to descend without stopping. In an instant, the hearts of everyone present turned pale with fright. The expressions on each of their faces became as dumbstruck as wooden chickens. A deep fear surged into everyone's hearts at this moment. It was unexpected that even though they had used all their strength, they were still unable to escape death in the end. Puff! The four sharp light pillars carried an incomparably shocking aura as they violently fell. Finally, they turned into golden light that filled the sky. They appeared just like drifting snow, yet also like the setting sun. Chapter 679. Ugh! The remaining dozens of elite Do-D in the large open ground slowly recovered. They looked at the golden afterglow that gradually scattered down from above their heads. The indifferent expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy of having survived a calamity. Ugh! The formation has been broken. The formation has been broken. This formation has finally been broken. We are not dead. Let's break this formation. With the formation broken, the faces of everyone in Changzhou were filled with an extremely excited smile. Some people could not help but tear up. Tears flowed down their old faces. The wild joy in their hearts caused them to wish that they could hug the people beside them and welcome this beautiful moment that was like a rainbow after the rain. It was also at this moment that the elite Do-D in the open ground immediately recovered. The excitement in the open ground lasted for less than 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the group of elite Do-D who were gathered together immediately scattered. An icy coldness swiftly surged into everyone's eyes. With the formation broken, their hearts were filled with joy because they had survived a calamity. However, at the same time, they also recalled the ultimate goal of their trip. Do-Chi inheritance. Ha 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 ha. This is really a group of ingrates. They only hugged each other tightly when they were about to die. Now that they have eaten their fill, they find each other an eyesore. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Outside of the crowd, Huoba's eyes widened as he looked at the scattered people in the open ground. His eyes were filled with a cold smile. The expression on his face was filled with incomparable ridicule. The expressions on everyone's faces changed when they heard this. They immediately turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Just as they were about to flare up, everyone's faces turned green when they saw the person who had spoken. They became silent. If it was before, they would naturally not be afraid of the Huo clan if they joined hands. However, the current situation was different. The formation had been broken. Everyone present could be said to have their own ulterior motives. This caused them to have no choice but to be cautious. Ha 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 ha. Huoba could not help but laugh out loud when he saw everyone reveal such an expression. At the same time, Zhuo Benteng moved and returned to Zhuolin's side. Bai Ying, Xiao Yan and Sun Shua, who were outside of the crowd, turned their eyes over when they saw this scene. Zhuolin laughed coldly in his heart when he saw the gazes that shot over. His gaze slowly swept across the area, passing over Bai Ying and the rest. However, in the end, it paused on Xiao Yan, who was standing outside the crowd. Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he sensed the latter's gaze. Could it be that this monster from the Zhou family had noticed something? As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiaoyan slowly lifted his head. At the same time, he used his hand to gently pull the cloak on his head. Under the black cloak, a pair of pitch-black eyes looked at Zhuolin, who was opposite him. "What's up?" A faint old voice slowly spat out. From these words, one could hear a trace of impatience. It seemed that the black-robed man was rather dissatisfied with the latter's gaze. Huo Ba immediately chuckled when he sensed this. Bai Ying remained silent by the side. As for Sun Shuo, he raised his eyes slightly and frowned. However, he did not open his mouth to speak. "Haha, old sir, when we were breaking the formation earlier, you destroyed the most stone blocks. It can be said that you have worked hard and contributed greatly. This junior hopes that you can accompany us and show your respect. At the same time, this junior also hopes to thank old sir for your trust." Zhuolin smiled faintly in response. He respectfully cupped his hands together towards the black-robed man and said. Huo Ba immediately frowned when Zhuolin's words were spoken. However, before he could speak, the old and indifferent voice was heard once again. "Humph, I can thank you, but there is no need to accompany us. This old man does not interact with strangers." Xiaoyan spoke faintly before turning his body around. His gaze landed on the statue that was currently standing in the open ground. Zhuo Bentang's face immediately sank when he saw that the black-robed man actually dared to ignore Zhuolin. He took a step forward and was about to speak when Zhuolin pulled him back. Zhuolin gently shook his head and indicated for Zhuo Bentang to stop. Seeing this, Zhuo Bentang revealed an unwilling expression and withdrew his gaze. His eyes viciously glared at Xiaoyan. He let out a cold snort and did not speak anymore. "Haha, everyone, since the formation has been broken, shouldn't it be time to see the Douqi inheritance in the hands of the statue? Next, it will be up to everyone's ability to decide who gets this item." Bai Ying waited until everyone present threw their fiery gazes towards the Douqi inheritance in the hands of the statue, before he slowly stepped forward. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. Everyone's faces immediately surged with excitement when they heard this. There were quite a number of figures who took the lead and rushed wildly toward the statue, intending to be the first to obtain the Douqi inheritance before everyone else. After what had happened earlier, these people had clearly become even more cautious. Even though they saw that there were already people who had taken the lead and charged forward, no one dared to easily make a move. Only when those few people were about to approach the statue did the crowd behind them crazily charge forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. "Humph, all of you, back off. Is this inheritance something that you can touch?" Just as everyone moved, Huo Ba suddenly let out a stern cry from behind. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura suddenly swept over from behind everyone. In an instant, all the elite Dodi present felt as though they were carrying an enormous mountain on their backs, unable to move even an inch. Damn it! This fellow's aura is too terrifying. Everyone attacked together. Even if he is a 3-star Dodi, it is impossible for him to suppress so many of us at the same time. All the elite Dodi present immediately became like frightened horses when they sensed this frightening aura pressure. Soon after, however, they once again united together. Their auras merged and blocked Huo Ba's aura pressure. At this moment, Xiaoyan and the others behind no longer hesitated. They moved one after another and swiftly flew toward the statue in the middle of the square. Their respective targets were naturally the Douqi inheritance in the hands of the statue. Zhuolin, who was following at the back, had his eyes on Xiaoyan at this moment. Beside him, Zhuo Bentang wished that he could carry Zhuolin and charge forward. However, he knew in his heart that this was Zhuolin's intention. Helpless, he could only follow closely. His old eyes leaped over everyone in front of him and stared at the cluster of Douqi inheritance. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan and the others had already arrived in front of the statue with an unusually quick speed. Previously, when they looked at it from afar, they were unable to accurately judge the height of this statue. Now that they were in front of it, everyone was finally able to clearly see it. The entire statue was hundreds of feet tall. At this height, even Xiaoyan, who had unleashed the King Kong glass body, appeared like a child in front of it. Moreover, these were elite Dodi who were of normal size. In front of this statue, everyone was just like ants. At this moment, The group of elite Dodi who had escaped from Huoba's aura behind Xiaoyan's group once again caught up. The group's target was the Doqi inheritance. Their eyes were fiery hot and their blood boiled. Xiaoyan and the others naturally did not show any weakness. Each of them moved. The 3,000 lightning movement under Xiaoyan's feet was unleashed to its limit. Waves of thunder roared in the sky, shaking one's soul. Xiaoyan's body turned into a lightning bolt and swiftly flew toward the hand of the statue. Behind him, Bai Ying and Huoba also did not show any weakness. Zhuo Lin, who was even further back, stared intently at the statue. The guess in his heart was also becoming deeper and deeper. First, young master. Once there is a change, immediately attack that black-robed person. Do not show any mercy. Before Zhuo Bentang's voice sounded, Zhuo Lin's cold voice gave an order that did not allow anyone to refute. But that inheritance. Why are you panicking? Do as I say. At that time, these fellows will naturally become chaotic. You just need to focus on dealing with that black-robed person. Zhuo Lin's expression was dark and cold as he spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuo Bentang involuntarily knit his brows tightly. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heavily. Seeing this, Zhuo Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan's back. A dense cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Humph humph, regardless of whether you are Baijian or Xiaoyan, you will definitely die today. Zhuo Lin laughed coldly in his heart. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the cluster of Doqi inheritance in the hand of the statue. His body moved and he swiftly flew over. He Sunhanxia Sunhanxi. You will be the one to complete this young master's great undertaking. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Numerous figures swiftly flashed through the empty air, and swiftly flew towards the hand of the statue. They chased each other, and did not forget to block each other. Of course, such methods were naturally useless against Xiaoyan's group. At this moment, they were merely 100 feet away from the cluster of Doqi inheritance. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to cover this distance in an instant. However, today, in front of this powerful Doqi inheritance, no one would hold back. Ha, elder, I will take this inheritance first. Haha. Suddenly, Huoba, who was following closely behind Xiaoyan, suddenly increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, his body had already surpassed the current Xiaoyan, leaving him behind as he swiftly charged towards the Doqi inheritance. Haha, Huoba, you have nearly forgotten about me. Soon after, Bai Ying's body had unknowingly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, he acted and blocked Huoba. Bai Ying, you wish to stop me? Why can't I? Huoba's cold laughter had just sounded when Bai Ying's tone was not the slightest bit weaker. Haha. Come and give it a try. Huoba's expression turned cold. He flipped his hand and ruthlessly threw a palm at Bai Ying. At the same time, Bai Ying did not show any mercy. His body shook and a punch was thrown forward. Bang. When the attack landed, the two of them each took a couple of steps back. Their bodies shook and the force on their bodies dissipated. However, while the two of them were distracted, they did not realize that Sun Shua's body had unknowingly appeared above the hand of the statue. The expressions of the two of them suddenly changed when they saw this. However, before they could move, they saw that the black-robed Xiaoyan had already appeared opposite Sun Shua. Between the two of them was a cluster of golden Doqi light that was the size of a person. It was the Doqi inheritance. Seeing this, the hearts of the two of them finally relaxed. Soon after, they hurriedly moved and rushed towards the two above. You wish to compete with me? Sun Shua's tone was ice-cold and did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiaoyan's eyes hardened when he heard this. Both of his eyes slowly narrowed. It was not difficult to see that Sun Hanxi's death was indeed quite a big blow to Sun Shua. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a state. Cuckoo, I am not the only one who cares about this Doqi inheritance. Even if I do not fight for it, there will similarly be others who will. Get lost. Sun Shua's expression was indifferent as he coldly snorted. His hand violently grabbed at the Doqi inheritance in front of him. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not hesitate. He extended his hand and grabbed at the Doqi inheritance in front of him at the same time. The two of them each grabbed a corner, intending to fight for it. Neither of them gave way to the other. Soon after, Huoba and Bai Ying also charged forward. Sun Shua once again emitted a cold snort when he saw that the situation was not good. He waved his sleeves and numerous Do-Chi pillars smashed toward the two people who were charging over and Xiao Yan, who was currently standing opposite of them. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of an attack from a 3-star Do-Di. His other hand was violently flipped. Do-Chi agglomerated and his palm violently met the attack. Yellow spring palm. Bang! A low cry sounded. Soon after, a muffled explosion sounded between Sun Shua and Xiao Yan. A Do-Chi wave swept apart, forcing Xiao Yan and Sun Shua to each take a step back. Soon after, the two of them once again grabbed the Do-Chi inheritance in front of them with their bare hands. Bai Ying and Huoba had already arrived in front of them. The four of them moved and their large hands each grabbed one side of the Do-Chi inheritance. Soon after, they once again attacked. Bang 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 bang. Successive explosions suddenly sounded. This time around, the four of them were all forced back. The black-robed Xiao Yan, being a bandit, was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in this exchange. However, he was still able to forcefully endure. While the four of them were being forced back, the Do-Chi inheritance in the hands of the statue was forcefully sent flying by the Do-Chi wave that was created from the collision between the four of them. Immediately, the crowd behind immediately charged forward like they had gone crazy. They intended to grab the Do-Chi inheritance with their hands. The expressions of Xiao Yan's group changed when they saw the scene. Their bodies moved, and they once again charged toward the Do-Chi inheritance. However, just as everyone moved, no one noticed that when the Do-Chi inheritance left the hands of the statue, numerous golden lights swiftly agglomerated in the eyes of the beautiful lady statue, transforming into a mysterious formation. The golden light was bright, but everyone present was completely unaware of it. Once Xiao Yan's group charged into the crowd, a bright golden light immediately shot out from the pair of eyes of the statue. In the blink of an eye, two golden light beams broke through the air and ruthlessly shot toward the group where Xiao Yan was located. The two golden light beams soared with the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had already transformed into two frightening golden light beams that were 100 feet in thickness. Only when the light beams arrived in front of everyone did Xiao Yan's group hurriedly react. Immediately, everyone present was greatly shocked. They hurriedly scattered in all directions. However, only a couple of people withdrew. Even Xiao Yan could only rely on the 3,000 lightning movement in order to bitterly dodge the two light beams. Soon after, Xiao Yan had just relaxed when his spiritual strength suddenly sensed that a person had appeared behind him at an unknown time. The person waved his large hand and a ruthless palm mercilessly smashed toward Xiao Yan's back. At this moment, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the latter was undoubtedly a 3-star Do-Di. With such a close distance and adding his current condition, Xiao Yan did not hesitate in his heart. The footsteps of his feet changed and the sky extinction step was used as a conditioned reflex. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body once again dodged when the palm of the person behind him landed. Even though this was the case, that palm still shattered the clothes on Xiao Yan's back. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's body had just stabilized when his heart immediately reacted. His gaze abruptly looked over. Indeed, those people in the sky, who had already recovered, were all staring at him, including Sun Shua. This is the sky extinction step. Sun Shua softly muttered in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet color swiftly surged into both of his eyes. Xiao Yan. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 680. In the sky, Xiao Yan slowly turned around. His eyes swept around the place and finally met Sun Shua's eyes from a distance. His eyebrows were tightly knitted under the black robe. He understood in his heart that this time around, there was likely going to be trouble. When the many elite Do-Di present heard the words that came out of Sun Shua's mouth, everyone involuntarily threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yan. They did not expect that this black-robed person, who had relied on his own strength to destroy a stone block with a punch, would actually be the Xiao Yan that the 4 large sects had racked their brains to eliminate. Xiao Yan. So he is actually that Xiao Yan. It is said that not long ago he had caused havoc in Coldstream City. I did not expect that he would actually come to the desolate ancient remains this time around. There is going to be a good show to watch now. Earlier, I heard that Sun Hanshi had died in Xiao Yan's hands, but I did not believe it. Now, it seems that Xiao Yan will definitely not return this time around." As numerous gazes that were filled with surprise were gradually withdrawn, cold laughter that was filled with mockery was emitted from the crowd. At the same time, Sun Shua's face had become as dark as water. The killing intent deep within his eyes was about to spew out. Puff. Suddenly Sun Shua's body shook. With a puff sound, the powerful Do Qi in his body crazily surged out of his body, following which, Sun Shua suddenly clenched his fist, and a large blade immediately appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Bai Ying, who was in the distant sky, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His gaze first glanced over before quickly looking at Zhuolin's location. He believed that given Zhuo Bentang's character, he would definitely not take the initiative to attack Xiao Yan unless he was instructed by Zhuolin. Sure enough, after noticing Bai Ying's gaze, Zhuolin also looked over. Immediately, the corners of Zhuolin's mouth lifted into an arc as he laughed coldly. Seeing this, Bai Ying's heart immediately stilled. He could not help but feel shocked by Zhuolin's frightening judgment. Ever since Xiao Yan had entered the remains, he had not revealed any flaws in his vision. Even so, Zhuolin was still able to recognize him. It must be said that Zhuolin was really a frightening person. This fellow is actually Xiao Yan? On the other side of the empty space, Huoba's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was the focus of everyone's attention. This mysterious person, whom he had hoped to befriend earlier, had unexpectedly become Xiao Yan, whom the four large sects wanted to capture in the blink of an eye. This kind of contrast caused Huoba's heart to feel as though it had been struck by lightning. "You're the one who killed my son Hanshi." Sun Shua's voice was cold and hoarse. His face had become unusually distorted at this moment. The large blade in his hand was lifted forward and the tip of the blade, which reflected a dense, cold glint, was pointed at Xiao Yan. The veins on his hand, which was holding the hilt of the blade, bulged. Due to the great force, it caused his entire hand to tremble slightly. When he heard this, Xiao Yan non-committally shrugged his shoulders. He softly smiled and asked, "If I said no, would you believe me?" The muscles on the corner of Sun Shua's eyes immediately trembled intensely when Xiao Yan's words were uttered. Soon after, he waved the large blade in his hand and consecutively hacked 3 times in front of him. Immediately, 3 frightening blade glows with shocking auras tore through the empty space and ruthlessly charged toward Xiao Yan. 3-blade tribulation. Sun Shua's body suddenly shook after his cry sounded. His feet quickly and violently stepped on empty air. His strong body shot explosively toward Xiao Yan like a cannonball that had been shot out of its barrel. The large blade in Sun Shua's hand danced and forcefully tore the empty space in front of him into pieces. His body that was charging forward also became even more swift and violent. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly became ice-cold when he saw the 3-blade auras and Sun Shua shooting toward him. The Do Qi in his body surged wildly, and the large hand under his sleeves was violently waved. The dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Since his identity had already been recognized, there was naturally no need for him to continue hiding. A thought passed through his mind, and the black robe that covered his head slowly scattered. At the same time, he twisted his wrist and the dark black heavy ruler carried a heavy pressure as it fell from the empty space beside him. The heavy ruler fell, and emitted a soft sound of breaking air. Soon after, Xiao Yan's arm shook slightly. One could hear a puff sound and a brilliant, heavenly flame immediately covered the entire huge ruler. Flaming swallowing tsunami. In the next instant, the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was violently swung forward. The heavenly flame flew and formed a brilliant rainbow that violently cut through the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, it violently collided with the 3-blade auras that were heading toward him. Bang! The explosion shook the world. Soon after, a powerful energy storm swiftly swept out in all directions with the point of collision as the epicenter. Everyone in the battleground swiftly withdrew when they saw this scene. At the same time, the people from the other 3 clans quietly turned their gazes toward the Do Qi inheritance. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was distracted, this was the best time to fight for the Do Qi inheritance. Hence, the 3 large clans led by Zhuolin had also begun their own fight while the battle on this side had just begun. Haha, young Master Zhua is really extremely scheming. It is unexpected that you are actually able to guess that the black-robed person is Xiao Yan. I really admire you. Bai Ying, Huo Ba, and Zhuo Lin's clans each occupied one side in the sky. They formed a triangle that surrounded the Dou Qi inheritance in the middle. Haha, I was merely guessing. It is just that I did not expect that the one who would appear would actually be Xiao Yan. Don't you agree, clan leader Bai? Zhuo Lin's gaze stared at Bai Ying, who was currently laughing loudly at him. His eyes slowly narrowed as he spoke with a deeper meaning. Ugh! Bai Ying could not help but be slightly startled when Zhuo Lin's words were spoken. A cold glint involuntarily surged deep within his sharp eyes. On the other side, Huo Ba was listening to the somewhat strange conversation between the two parties in front of him. His eyes rotated and he looked at Zhuo Lin. He smiled and said, Haha, young Master Zhua, from your words, I'm afraid that there is some other meaning? Huo Ba turned to look at Bai Ying after he spoke. His gaze seemed to be waiting for the latter's reply. Humph. Bai Ying let out a faint cold snort. However, he did not say anything. Zhuo Lin also smiled in a non-committal manner, and did not continue speaking. Despite this, his heart was almost certain that the strength of the Bai clan's Bai Zhan was definitely not much weaker than his. Zhuo Lin's heart involuntarily felt a solemnness when he thought of this. If this was really the case, this Bai clan had really hidden it very deeply. Swoosh! In the next moment, Huo Ba suddenly turned his body, and took the lead to charge toward the Dou Qi inheritance. Hee, since the two of you are so modest, I shall accept it on your behalf. Soon after, the Bai and Zhuo clans swiftly recovered. Both parties let out a cold snort at the same time. Their bodies moved, and they also charged forward without any hesitation. At the same time, on the square, the energy storm that had swept out because of the explosion had yet to scatter. However, one after another, intense collision sounds continued to be emitted from within it, causing the expressions of everyone around to change. Bang! Suddenly, another intense metallic collision sound appeared. Two human figures suddenly flew out from within the energy storm that had yet to scatter. They both withdrew by 1,000 feet and glared at each other with furious eyes. Everyone looked over, and saw that the bodies of these two people were actually injured. From the looks of it, after the intense collision earlier, these two people each had their own strengths and none of them could do anything to the other. My son's life will be repaid with your blood. Sun Shua's mouth panted intensely for a moment. Soon after, he suddenly raised his head. Killing intent surged within his eyes. His wrist swiftly rotated, and the large blade in his hand rotated once in his palm before being violently thrown out. The blade was pointed forward and ruthlessly pierced toward Xiao Yan. A sharp piercing sound of air being split was immediately emitted wherever the large blade passed. Even the empty space was forcefully torn apart, forming numerous clear crack lines. Ha! After which, Sun Shua's mouth suddenly emitted a stern cry that shook the sky. At the same time, his strong tiger body shook violently. His body once again flashed and actually appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His large hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Yellow Dou Qi crazily surged out and wrapped around his entire fist. Soon after, he furiously smashed it toward Xiao Yan's head. From the looks of it, he clearly intended to take Xiao Yan's life with a single blow. Xiao Yan did not show any signs of weakness in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within his body churned. The heavy huge ruler in his hand danced up and down, carrying an extremely frightening strength as it violently chopped toward the incoming fist. Bang! A muffled bang sound appeared. Xiao Yan's body could not help but fly back. Sun Shua could be said to have paid quite a great price in this collision. Of course, the result was that he had defeated Xiao Yan with a single blow. But soon after, Sun Shua's body once again flashed. At the same time, the instant the latter's body disappeared, only then did Xiao Yan see that the large blade was also rushing toward him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan did not even need to think in his heart. He violently waved the huge ruler in his hand in front of him, and easily blocked the large blade that was coming toward him. However, before Xiao Yan could catch his breath, Sun Shua's body suddenly appeared behind him in the next moment. A fist heavily landed on Xiao Yan's head. Die. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan completely regained his senses. The previous attack was only a feint. Even this blade was only used to divert his attention. At this moment, Sun Shua, who had suddenly appeared behind him, was the real killing blow. His heart slightly tightened. He did not expect Sun Shua to actually have such a plan. However, Xiaoyan immediately released a cold snort from his nose. His body moved and dodged to the side without any hesitation. Even though he knew that he could not dodge, Xiaoyan's heart did not have the slightest bit of panic. Immediately, in the next moment, just as Sun Shua's fist was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, a strange black light suddenly burst out from under Xiaoyan's sleeves and forcibly blocked Sun Shua's fist. Bang! As the blow landed, Xiaoyan's body successfully dodged. Even though he seemed to be in a sorry state, fortunately, he did not suffer any injuries. Looking over in the blink of an eye, Sun Shua's body and mind could not help but hurriedly take 100 steps back. Only then did his body shake and forcefully stabilize himself in the empty space. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he saw a small snake that was only half the length of an adult's arm. Its body was curled as it stood in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. A pair of gem-like scarlet eyes were currently staring at Sun Shua with killing intent. This was the narwhal snake. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version reading website. M. Chapter 681. So it's you, you bastard. Sun Shua let out a furious rebuke, filled with killing intent. Roar. The narwhal snake released a roar when it heard Sun Shua's words. At the same time, its petite body suddenly twisted and returned to its original size in the blink of an eye. Humph, so what if you've returned to your original form? You're just a one-star Dodi. In front of true strength, your body is just like an ant. The expression in Sun Shua's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw that the narwhal snake had returned to its original form. Soon after, disdain surged onto his face. He was right. In the Yuanwu continent, everything was based on one's strength. In this place, one would not be afraid of others because of their size. Instead, one would only be afraid of one's strength. The strong preyed on the weak. Do Qi and Genesis Qi were the true rules of this world. Oh. Is that so? Since it's not your match, what if I join in? Xiaoyan smiled coldly. Sun Shua's words were indeed undeniable. However, one should not forget that the narwhal snake was not the only one on Xiaoyan's side. Humph! Sun Shua snorted coldly and did not give an accurate answer. Instead, he waved his large hand and the large blade in his hand immediately emitted a sharp sound of rushing wind. Seeing this, Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake exchanged a look. Immediately, they nodded in tacit understanding. In the next moment, they moved together and charged towards Sun Shua. Humph! Die! Sun Shua let out a disdainful snort when he saw this. His body moved and the large blade in his hand danced as he charged towards Xiaoyan. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, as the situation gradually developed, the remaining dozens of Dodi also joined in and fought over the Doqi inheritance. The battles in the two places slowly became increasingly intense with the flow of time. In the end, the Doqi inheritance was like a volleyball that was repeatedly being passed around above the heads of the elite Dodi. Each time an elite Dodi obtained it, more elite Dodi from the divine prefecture would join hands and attack him. This resulted in the current situation. As for Xiaoyan's side, although the combined might of Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake was not bad, Sun Shuagua was indeed a 3-star Dodi. With his own powerful strength, he was able to suppress Xiaoyan and Sun Shuagua for a short period of time. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel heavy. At the same time, King Jiangbei once again took action. As expected, with the help of the Northern King, Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake joined hands. Additionally, there was the Northern King who had an undying body. No matter how Sun Shua attacked, he would be blocked by Wang Qiangxing. Although the price he had to pay was quite heavy, it was fortunate that he had the frightening recovery ability of the Dark Black Thunderbolt. The injuries that the Northern King suffered would swiftly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene caused Sun Shua's expression to turn green. How could he have expected that this puppet with frightening strength in front of him would not only be unable to die, it actually possessed such a frightening recovery ability? How could he continue fighting such a monstrous opponent? He thought about Xiaoyan again. Could it be that this puppet and its master were made from the same mold? Each was more frightening than the other. However, even so, Xiaoyan had killed his son. No matter what, he would make Xiaoyan pay for this debt today. Of course, in the end, this was merely Sun Shua's willful thinking. With the narwhal snake and the Northern King protecting him, in addition to Xiaoyan's strength that far exceeded his own level, it was impossible for Sun Shua to defeat the three of them by himself. Bang! After a loud sound was emitted, the purple-gold body of the Northern King flew back uncontrollably. From the looks of it, it had clearly received another attack from Sun Shua. However, Xiaoyan and the Northern King appeared to have become accustomed to this. The expression on their faces did not change even a little. Instead, the attacks from their hands became even sharper. Even Sun Shua had no choice but to withdraw when he saw such an attack. TSK, Xiaoyan, this puppet of yours is really frightening. This kind of strange recovery ability. If there were a few more of you, I'm afraid that you would not even need to do anything. You would be able to exhaust this fellow to death. The narwhal snake could not help but smack its lips and laugh when it saw the dent on the surface of the Northern King's body that was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, it swung its tail heavily and forced Sun Shua's body back, after which it looked at Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head. He laughed bitterly and said, "How could there be such a thing in this world? How can there be such a good thing in this world? You have underestimated this puppet. An ordinary puppet's strength can at the very most reach the Dozun class. The reason why the Northern King was able to advance to the Do D class is not only because of the uniqueness of its body, but also because some inexplicable changes had occurred within its body. It is also because of these changes that its recovery speed far exceeds that of an ordinary puppet." Hearing these words, the narwhal snake appeared to have understood as it nodded its large head. Soon after, it turned its gaze and once again looked at Sun Shua. At this moment, Sun Shua had also widened his eyes. He stared at Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake opposite him. These two fellows in front of him had not only used a puppet to suppress his strength, but they were also chatting in front of him. It was as though they did not place him in their eyes at all. Damn it. Do you really think that I am unable to finish you off? Feeling furious in his heart, Sun Shua immediately roared at the sky. After a long roar, the Do-Chi within his body was like a yellow river that had burst a dam as it wildly surged out of his body. Even his aura, which had gradually become sluggish, swiftly recovered to its peak within a short moment. In the end, the aura of Sun Shua's body was even stronger than when he was at his peak. At this moment, Sun Shua's strength had already reached the advanced 3-star Do D class. He was only a short distance away from becoming a 4-star Do D. Secret technique? The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw this scene. However, just as this thought had surfaced in Xiaoyan's heart, soon after, Sun Shua's body moved. He left behind an afterimage on the spot as his body disappeared. An instant later, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was violently hacked forward without any hesitation. In the next instant, one could hear the clear sound of metal colliding. Sparks shot out and a sharp blade suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiaoyan. Soon after, Sun Shua's body also slowly appeared. You are the first person in so many years to be able to force me to use the blood transformation skill. Sun Shua's eyes were scarlet as he let out a ferocious cry. His body suddenly shook and a frightening Do-Chi suddenly poured down from the large blade in front of Xiaoyan's rapidly changing expression. With just one attack, it sent Xiaoyan's body flying. Grug! Little Yan's face suddenly turned red. Soon after, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did she raise her head. She saw that the narwhal snake had been violently stepped on by Sun Shua. When the strength of a 3-star Do D was completely unleashed, it was not something that a 1-star Do D could match. At that moment, the North King, who had fully recovered from his injuries, appeared in front of Sun Shua like a cannonball. He swung his huge fist and smashed it down heavily on Sun Shua's head. Get lost! After the word get lost sounded, Sun Shua was no longer dispirited this time around. Instead, he regained his domineering aura. His scarlet eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. After sending the Northern King flying with a single blade, Sun Shua's Do-Chi wildly surged and his evil aura soared. Sun Shua's gaze turned and landed on Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, hand over your life. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Sun Shua's feet stomped on the narwhal snake's body fiercely. A huge force poured out and his body shot forward. The narwhal snake under his feet let out a mournful hiss in pain. Sun Shua's figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the empty space and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the Northern King, who had been sent flying, and the narwhal snake, once again charged forward with all their might in an attempt to forcefully block Sun Shua's figure. However, the man and the snake were once again sent flying by Sun Shua. This time around, the Northern King had temporarily lost his ability to fight. Only the narwhal snake was left. It still tried its best to charge forward and block Sun Shua for Xiaoyan. Bang! 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 The single-horned whale snake was violently sent flying again, and again without any mercy. The qi on its body had become weak from its training. At this moment, Xiaoyan was also using all his strength to maneuver the dou qi within his body and pour it into the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. With the pouring of dou qi, the brilliant heavenly flame on the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler suddenly flourished. A terrifying aura with a powerful aura was gradually emitted from it. Seeing that the qi on the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was gradually becoming thicker, at this moment, Sun Shua's body had arrived in front of Xiaoyan a step earlier. At the same time, behind him, a golden light shot forward once again. This time around, Sun Shua did not even turn his head. With a flip of his hand, he sent the ball of golden light flying backward. Behind it, the narwhal snake charged forward once again. Faced with this sudden ball of golden light, the narwhal snake was just about to let out a hiss when the ball of light suddenly entered its body. At this moment, other than Sun Shua, who did not care about the outside world, everyone present was staring at the narwhal snake in shock. Even the faces of the people from the three great clans were filled with shock. Chapter 682. Killing intent spread over the enormous open ground. A vast and mighty dou qi pressure descended from the sky. Dozens of elite doudis fought and collided intensely in the empty space. The atmosphere in the arena had also become increasingly solemn until a certain moment. The instant the narwhal snake swallowed the golden light cluster that was heading toward it, everyone's bodies appeared to have instantly turned into statues. The atmosphere in the arena also suddenly became still. This extremely sudden scene in the arena caused everyone to be instantly stunned. The expressions of those elite doudi, who were still fighting for the dou qi inheritance a moment ago, suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. All of their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They did not expect that this dou qi inheritance would actually end up in the mouth of this beast. This fellow actually swallowed the dou qi inheritance. Seeing this dramatic scene in the arena, the muscles on the corner of the mouth of the elite doudi involuntarily twitched intensely. Their group had been fighting with each other for a while. There were even some who had paid quite a hefty price because of this. Wasn't it just this dou qi inheritance? Now it was actually given away by Sun Shua with a backhand slap. At this moment, the people present even had the intention to kill. Sun Shua, who was currently in the empty space, was completely unaware of all of this. He, who was facing Xiaoyan, was currently imagining the tragic manner of Xiaoyan dying under his blade in his heart. You dare to kill my son. This D will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Sun Shua's body suddenly moved at the same time the roar sounded from his mouth. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed it down with all his might at Xiaoyan's head. The empty space was completely shattered wherever the blade passed. Before the blade landed, a frightening wind had already violently landed on Xiaoyan's head. It was just like an invisible sharp blade that randomly blew apart the hair on Xiaoyan's head. The powerful aura caused Xiaoyan to feel an intense piercing pain on his scalp. Qi. With a twist of his wrist, the enormous ruler was also lifted at this moment. It violently met the large blade that was descending from the sky above. Xiaoyan was not a person who was afraid of death. Even though Sun Shua's strength was frightening, this was not a reason for him to be afraid and withdraw. Moreover, Xiaoyan clearly understood in his heart that he did not have the slightest path of retreat when faced with an opponent of this level. Instead of giving up so easily, it was better to go all out. At times it was not impossible to fight for a chance of survival. However, just as the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's head violently collided with the large blade that was descending from above, a frightening energy storm suddenly attacked the two people from behind them. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of them. The frightening energy storm did not give the two of them any chance to react. Just as the weapons in their hands were about to collide, it had already arrived in front of them. It was like a frightening wave that instantly sent the two of them flying. They drifted with the wave until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did the two of them recover in a solemn manner. However, when the two of them raised their eyes and looked over, they were shocked to discover that the source of this energy storm was actually the narwhal snake that was currently the focus of everyone's attention. This fellow, what did it do? Why is its aura? Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the narwhal snake in the battleground. He involuntarily knit his brows. However, when he discovered that the aura within the latter's body had suddenly become extremely powerful, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. Through the probing of his spiritual strength, the strength of the narwhal snake had actually been forcefully raised from its original 1-star Do-D to an initial 3-star Do-D for some unknown reason. Moreover, from the looks of this momentum, it seemed that it would continue to rise. This fellow, what exactly did it do? This change in merely a short moment caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel extremely shocked. Even if this was because it had swallowed the monster core of the snake-type magical beast, it was impossible for its strength to rise by so much. After all, even the strength of that snake was merely a 2-star Do-D. However, the strength of the narwhal snake had been forcefully raised to the level of a 3-star Do-D. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. Of course, other than Xiao Yan, there was also Sun Shua, who was similarly shocked in his heart at this moment. Although all of this was caused by him, he was completely unaware of it. Hence, he did not have the slightest clue in his heart when he saw the strength of the narwhal snake becoming increasingly powerful. Damn it! Why did the strength of this beast suddenly rise by so much? Sun Shua frowned tightly. His face was filled with a deep solemnness as he involuntarily cursed. Hee, Sun Shua. I'm afraid that I will have to ask you about this. Just as Sun Shua spat out these words from his mouth, Bai Ying, who was in the crowd, suddenly laughed coldly and said. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding elite Do-D immediately threw numerous dense gazes at Sun Shua. This caused the latter to involuntarily reveal a doubtful expression. What did this matter have to do with him? Humph. Looks like clan leader Sun is still unaware of the good deed that he has done. In that case, allow me to explain it to you. Soon after, Ba, who was in another part of the crowd, also laughed coldly at this moment. An icy cold smile was also revealed on his face. From that smile, it was not difficult to see that Ba was suppressing a fury in his heart at this moment. What exactly do all of you mean by these words? Sun Shua's brows were tightly knit together. Soon after, Ba opened his mouth and described everything that had happened earlier. After hearing Ba's description, the expressions on Sun Shua's and Xiao Yan's faces were greatly different. There was naturally no need to say anything more about Xiao Yan. When he heard that the Doqi inheritance had actually landed in the mouth of the narwhal snake, he naturally felt surprised for the latter in his heart. At the same time, he also rejoiced for himself. A 3-star Do-D who could contend against the 4 great clans had finally appeared by his side. In this way, Xiao Yan did not need to be too worried during this trip to the remains. A 3-star Do-D was sufficient to cause this group of people in front of them to be afraid. As long as the narwhal snake was present, even these 4 people in front of them would not dare to easily attack. As 3-star Do-D, they knew how difficult it was to deal with a strong person of the same class. Moreover, the narwhal snake was an ancient unique species. Its strength far surpassed an ordinary magical beast. If they were of the same class, even they might not be a match for it. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shua's face had turned green after hearing Ba's words. He did not expect that his unintentional attack would actually cause such a situation. A 3-star Do-D class narwhal snake was something that Sun Shua naturally knew how troublesome it was. Immediately, the solemn expression on his face became even denser. On the other side of the crowd, the other 3 clans were also looking at Sun Shua with cold and indifferent expressions. If it were not for this fellow, the Doqi inheritance would definitely land in their hands. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. His strength had reached that of a 2-star Dodi, and he was determined to obtain the Doqi inheritance. Once he obtained it, his position within the sect in the future would be unshakable. However, all of this had been completely destroyed because of Sun Shua. How could this not cause him to feel furious in his heart? However, he also knew that from the looks of the current situation, it was clearly impossible to deal with Sun Shua here. Forget about the other 2 clans beside him. Just Xiao Yan's clan alone was enough to cause him trouble. In order to consider the overall situation, he could only forcefully suppress the resentment in his heart. Xiao Yan. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was currently standing together with the narwhal snake, Sun Shua's heart was filled with murderous intent that could not be removed. His heart wished that he could tear Xiao Yan into pieces and swallow him. However, he also knew that with the narwhal snake beside him, it was impossible to touch Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, don't tell me that you only know how to hide behind other people? First it was the puppet. Now, you even need to rely on this beast. Don't tell me that you only have this little trick up your sleeve? Sun Shua, whose heart was filled with fury, clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes was about to overflow. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in a disdainful tone. Ha! Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His eyes revealed ridicule as he looked at the other party. He gently shook his head and immediately laughed coldly. Don't tell me that everyone from the Sun Clan is like this. With the strength of a Dodi, you actually have to say such words time and time again when facing a half-D. Haha, I'm afraid that your strength as a Dodi has really been cultivated to a dog's body. Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Sun Shua's originally gloomy face instantly turned red. At the same time that an angry cry was emitted from his mouth, his body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He waved the large blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on Xiao Yan's head. Roar. However, immediately after, in the empty space beside Xiao Yan, the huge narwhal snake suddenly twisted its body. Its huge snake tail viciously swung, and immediately after, a heavy blow instantly landed on Sun Shua's chest. Bang! Following a muffled thump, Sun Shua's body flew back uncontrollably. A large mouthful of fresh bright red blood was spat out. Only then did Sun Shua stagger back 100 steps in the empty space before coming to a stop with great difficulty. The moment he raised his head, Sun Shua immediately saw the huge body of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the latter's body was curled up as it protected Xiao Yan within it. From the looks of the aura and pressure that continued to spread from its body, the strength of the narwhal snake was actually still swiftly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the strength of the latter had actually reached the middle level of a 3-star Dodi. It was not inferior to the people from the 4 great clans present. It was likely that if it was allowed to continue like this, its strength would have an extremely high possibility of breaking through to the 4-star Dodi class. Thinking of this, the people from the other 3 great clans present involuntarily knit their brows. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. After sensing the change in the aura on the narwhal snake's body, his heart became extremely depressed. If nothing unexpected happened, the Doqi inheritance should have belonged to him. However, in the end, it was actually swallowed into the mouth of the narwhal snake in front of him. This was really something that he had difficulty accepting. Sun Shua, at the end of the day, the accident this time around is all because of you. Once we return, the 3 of us will join forces to report this matter to the sect. I wonder just what kind of situation your Sun clan will face at that time. At this moment, Huoba narrowed his eyes. His gaze stared at Sun Shua as he spoke with an unknown meaning. The expression on Sun Shua's face suddenly sunk when these words were uttered. Being one of the 4 great clans, he naturally understood the methods of the Sky Sword sect. Once the 3 clans in front of him really joined forces to report this matter, it was likely that his Sun clan would not have an easy time in the future, much less suppress the other 3 clans under their feet. What are you planning to do? It was a long while later before Sun Shua finally spoke in a low and deep voice. It was likely that no one present would believe that Huoba was still able to say such words at such a time. If one were to say that he had no motive, it was likely that no one present would believe it. Haha, Huoba smiled faintly. His body moved and he brought Huotianyi behind him to an empty space not far away from Sun Shua. Following Huoba's action, Bai Ying and the two people from the Zhuo clan also moved at this moment from the other two directions. They charged out of the crowd and took up a position in the north, south, east and west. The current Xiao Yin involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He glanced at the four factions in front of him, and a bad premonition involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiao Yin was naturally not afraid of Sun Shua's clan alone. However, if the four great clans were to join forces, even Xiao Yin would have difficulty dealing with them. Sure enough, at the same time this thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, Huoba on the opposite side looked at Sun Shua with a cold smile. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He snorted and said, "We can suppress this matter and act as though nothing has happened. However, since we have come, our four great clans will naturally not return empty-handed. Even if we are unable to obtain the Douqi inheritance, if we are able to bring Xiao Yan back, it can be said that we have made up for our mistakes with merit." Huoba laughed coldly. At the same time, the other three clans also immediately understood the meaning of his words. Without the Douqi inheritance, Huoba had now placed his target on Xiao Yan. "You want me to join forces with you?" Sun Shua sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless and could only carefully ask. At the same time, the Bai Ying and Zhuolin clans also frowned as they looked at Huoba. The latter laughed mockingly and coldly said, "Join forces? Cuckoo, you can consider it as joining forces. However, your target is the narwhal snake. As for me, or should I say, we will capture Xiao Yan." Huoba glanced at Bai Ying and Zhuolin beside him as his words sounded. If he were to attack, these two clans would definitely not be at peace. Hence he could only say this. "Why should we? You. Haha, Sun Shua. Don't forget your current situation. You do not have the qualification to quibble with us. Otherwise, if our three clans join forces, your Sun clan will be removed from our four great clans in the future. You dare. What do you think?" The two of them spoke one after another. In the end, the Hua, Zhuo and Bai clans all looked at Sun Shua. This caused the latter's anger to rise, but at the same time, a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Although Huoba's words could not be completely believed, they could not be believed. His Sun clan might be one of the four large clans, but it was merely at the bottom. Even though this was the case, there were countless number of clans who coveted his Sun clan's position within the western region. Many factions were hoping that his Sun clan would fall. It was just that they did not have the opportunity to do so. Now, however, Sun Shua's mistake had caused Xiao Yan's side to actually increase greatly. This was coincidentally a perfect excuse, an excuse that could push the Sun clan out of the four large clans. Sun Shua helplessly thought in this manner in his heart. His body stood blankly in the same spot for a long time. The moment he thought of his son's death, the fury in his heart could not be suppressed. However, at the same time, he also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan. In front of him, these three clans had acted with their own motives. However, this could also be considered to have used another method to take revenge for Sun Hanshi. Sigh. Helplessly sighing, Sun Shua slowly raised his head after a long time. He looked at the people from the other three clans in front of him and said in a deep voice, "All right, I will stop the narwhal snake, Xiao Yan. Don't worry, as long as you can stop the narwhal snake, with our strength, we can naturally take down Xiao Yan." Huoba grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The disdain in his words was self-evident. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 683. On the large square, there were many strong people standing. Numerous gazes of various colors were looking at the 7 figures in the square, and the huge snake. These 7 people were Bai Ying from the Bai clan, Sun Shua from the Sun clan, Huoba and Huotianyi from the Hua clan, as well as Zhuo Benteng and Zhuolin from the Zhuo clan. As for the huge snake, needless to say, it was naturally the narwhal snake. Xiao Yan's figure stood tall and straight at a certain spot in the square. Beside him, the narwhal snake, whose aura had become increasingly dense, was curled up. Its scarlet tongue was occasionally extended into the air. Gradually, a powerful aura spread from the narwhal snake's body. It was like an invisible storm that swiftly swept across the square, causing the faces of most of the people present to become extremely ugly. Even the people from the 4 great clans, who were currently surrounding Xiao Yan and Xiao Yin, had an unusually solemn expression on their faces. In just a short period of time, the strength of the narwhal snake was already close to that of an advanced 3-star Dodi. This kind of growth speed might be laughed at in the eyes of an ordinary person. However, one should not forget that the current narwhal snake was a Dodi. If it were to follow the most common training method, it would take an unknown number of years to break through from a 1-star Dodi to a 3-star Dodi. However, in just a short period of time, its strength had already risen to such a terrifying level. This was really unbelievable. In the square, Zhuolin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the narwhal snake. Every time he felt the aura within the latter's body becoming increasingly powerful, Zhuolin's heart could not help but tremble. His heart hated Sun Shua to the bone. If it was not for him, the biggest winner in this trip would have been his Zhuo clan. However, now there was no point in thinking too much. Zhuolin could only withdraw his gaze bitterly and land it on Xiao Yan's body. Zhuolin's eyes regained their sharpness. A thought passed through his mind, and the dou qi in his body swiftly flowed through the various qi paths in his body. As long as he willed it, the powerful dou qi would immediately surge out like a tidal wave. Even if he could not obtain the dou qi inheritance, he must bring Xiao Yan back. No matter what, he could not return empty-handed from this trip to the remains. Of course, Zhuolin's family was not the only one with such thoughts in the square. The hearts of the members of the Hua clan were naturally filled with such thoughts. Only Bai Ying from the Bai clan had a similarly cold expression when he looked at Xiao Yan. However, deep within his eyes, there was a different expression. Haha, Sun Shua, I'll leave that beast to you. Suddenly, Bai looked at Sun Shua with a stern smile and said, Humph, I know it. Hearing the latter's words, Sun Shua's heart was filled with anger. He could only reply coldly and turn his gaze back to the narwhal snake's body. "Do beast, do you dare to fight with me?" Sun Shua's expression was dense as he stared at the narwhal snake. After enduring the increasingly powerful aura within the latter's body, even with Sun Shua's character, the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Despite this, Sun Shua could only brace himself and face it. Sun Shua's body moved as the words left his mouth. His feet stomped violently on the empty space. His body immediately shot up into the sky and looked down at the narwhal snake below him. Roar! With a low roar, the narwhal snake's body suddenly twisted. Soon after, it rose into the empty space and stood opposite Sun Shua. A low roar was once again emitted from its mouth. At the same time, a majestic aura swept out from the narwhal snake's body. The expression on Sun Shua's face involuntarily changed when he sensed the pressure of this aura. Within this short period of time, the strength of the narwhal whale snake had actually been raised to that of an advanced 3-star Dodi. Even when compared to Sun Shua, who had already unleashed his secret technique, it would only be stronger. Damn it. This damned beast. Sun Shua cursed furiously in his heart. However, before Sun Shua could do anything, the narwhal snake on the opposite side had already twisted its enormous body and charged toward Sun Shua. At the same time, Zhuolin and the others below once again moved closer to Xiao Yan. The 5 of them each took one side and formed a triangle shape, surrounding Xiao Yan in the middle. Humph, it is unexpected that you are Xiao Yan, whose name has shaken the western region. In the past, I have only heard that a young man like you actually possessed such great ability and caused the 4 large sects to have a headache. Now that I have met you, you are really even younger than the rumors. It is really true that there are many heroes among the younger generation. Only after personally sending Sun Shua off did Huoba look at Xiao Yan with a smile that was not a smile. His tone also contained some surprise. Although he and the others had an enemy relationship with the black-robed young man in front of them, Huoba had no choice but to admit that the Xiao Yan in front of him was indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Being able to obtain such a battle result that shocked the entire western region at such a young age really left one speechless. Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly glanced at the latter. His gaze swept over the people from the 3 clans in front of him one by one. Only then did he look at Huoba and coldly laughed. Elder Huoba really thinks highly of me. You actually need so many elite Dodi to personally come to deal with a Bandi. Not only are you bullying the weak, but you are also bullying the weak with numbers. I can be considered to have seen the way the 4 large clans do things. At the end of his words, Xiaoyan actually cupped his hands toward the few people in front of him. The corner of his mouth parted into a mocking smile. This also caused the surrounding elite Dodi to begin to whisper. Hearing the whispers that were transmitted from the surrounding crowd, the expressions of the people from the 3 clans in front of him involuntarily sank. Huoba's expression was especially ugly. Soon after, Zhuolin coldly laughed and took a step forward. He faced Xiaoyan and coldly said, "If we were facing an ordinary Bandi, there would naturally be no need for us to make such a big fuss. However, since you are able to cause the 4 large sects to regard you so highly, our 4 large clans will naturally not underestimate you." Moreover, Mr. Xiaoyan had relied on his own strength to fight against hundreds of Bandi experts in the battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. Even a 9-star Bandi was unable to withstand the might of one punch from Mr. Xiaoyan. How would we dare to treat Mr. Xiaoyan as an ordinary Bandi? The surrounding crowd immediately turned into an uproar after Zhuolin's words were uttered. Everyone clearly understood the big battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. However, Xiaoyan's expression swiftly became gloomy after hearing Zhuolin's words. "Zhuolin, I am very curious. Just how did you recognize me? You sent Zhuo Benteng to attack me at that time. It is likely that no one would believe that you were unprepared." Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy as he spoke in an extremely cold tone. If it was not for Zhuolin in front of him, it was likely that no one would recognize him even if the situation had developed to this point. "Cuckoo, it must be said that ever since Mr. Xiaoyan entered the remains, you have not revealed any flaws. Even when you met us, you were extremely careful. The strength that you have displayed also caused us to not dare to easily create any friction with you." Everyone nodded in affirmation after these words were uttered. Otherwise, it was likely that there would not be only one who recognized Xiaoyan's identity. Of course, Bai Ying was an exception. He had known about Xiaoyan's identity since the beginning. However, I'm afraid that you have forgotten that you had clearly displayed an extremely great strength outside of the remains. However, after entering the remains, your strength is limited to that of an ordinary Dodi. This is the first flaw. As for the second point that caused me to be suspicious, it is Sun Hanxi's death. Am I right? Zhuolin was just about to open his mouth when Xiaoyan spoke in a deep voice with a frown. This point was something that Xiaoyan had immediately thought of when he saw the smile on the corner of Zhuolin's mouth. Sun Hanxi's death allowed everyone to know that Xiaoyan was within the remains. Zhuolin, who had already suspected Xiaoyan, became even more suspicious of Xiaoyan after learning of this news. This was the real reason why Xiaoyan's identity had been exposed. Xiaoyan could not help but feel a fury rising in his heart when he thought of this. All of this was clearly being manipulated by someone else. The goal was to force Xiaoyan to show himself and attract attention, allowing him to achieve a deeper goal. Unfortunately, with the current Xiaoyan, it was still difficult for him to find the main culprit. At the very most, he could vaguely sense that this matter was inseparable from Bai Ying. Soon after, he helplessly dispelled this thought. Bai Ying had been traveling with his own clan members along the way. It was impossible for him to free himself to do anything else. As for the Huo clan, Xiaoyan had never met them. Moreover, they were the first to enter the remains. They did not even know that Xiaoyan had acted after that. It was even more impossible for them to frame him. Cuckoo, that's right. It is said that during the big battle in Coldstream City a few months ago, Xiaoyan ended up in the hands of the Bai clan. However, he managed to escape. According to the news that I obtained from the sect, it seems that someone robbed him along the way and saved him. Is this true? Suddenly, Zhuolin turned his gaze towards Bai Ying. His eyes stared at the latter as he spoke with a smile that was not a smile. Young Master Zhuo, there is a hidden meaning in your words. Why? After all this talk, it seems that this matter is related to the clan leader? Bai Ying's expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Seeing this, Zhuo Benteng, who was behind Zhuolin, immediately took half a step forward and blocked half of Zhuolin's body behind him. His eyes revealed a cold glint as he stared at Bai Ying. Cuckoo, Why does clan leader Bai say this? I have only thought of it for a moment, and casually mentioned it. Zhuo Lin gently placed his hand on Zhuo Bentang's shoulder in front of him, causing the latter to feel a little more at ease. At the same time, his mouth once again emitted a soft laugh. Humph! Bai Ying coldly snorted when he heard these words. He did not say anything else. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yan. On the other side, Huo Ba's eyes rotated back and forth. He watched the conversation between the two parties, and a cold smile swiftly flashed across the corner of his mouth. Humph humph. Zhuo Lin smiled faintly. His gaze immediately turned and looked at Xiao Yan. On the other side, Huo Ba did the same. The expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually became cold when he saw the three of them turn their gazes over. A thought passed through his heart, and the dou qi within the vortex within his body immediately followed his various qi paths and swiftly circulated. He clenched his large hand and the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in it. After doing all this, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. Soon after, he flicked his finger and a black light flashed. The Northern King's body once again appeared beside Xiao Yan. The people from the three factions involuntarily frowned when the Northern King appeared. They had all witnessed the latter's strength. Even though they were 3-star dou di, none of them dared to underestimate the Northern King. Cuckoo, I wonder which of our three factions will take the initiative to step forward and finish off this damn thing. Zhuo Lin smiled faintly. His gaze swept back and forth between Huo Ba and Bai Ying. The two of them frowned slightly when they heard this. However, they exchanged glances with each other. None of them moved. A short moment later, Bai Ying finally stepped forward with a somewhat gloomy expression. His gaze viciously stared at the two factions in front of him. Only then did he look at the Northern King beside Xiao Yan. Leave this evil creature to me. As for Xiao Yan, it will be up to you all. Bai Ying's body suddenly moved after his words sounded. He swiftly rushed toward the Northern King. At the same time, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart, and the Northern King by the side swiftly received the order. The purple gold flowing light lingered over its body as it suddenly moved. Its feet heavily stomped on the ground. Immediately, the ground under the Northern King's feet cracked into numerous spiderweb-like cracks. At the same time, the Northern King's body shot forward like a cannonball. It swiftly charged toward Bai Ying, who was charging toward it. Bang! In the next instant, the two collided with a loud bang. As an explosion rang out, Bai Ying and the Northern King's bodies flew backwards. Soon after, they stood in the air. At a closer look, a clear palm print had appeared on the Northern King's chest. At this moment, strange pitch-black lightning continuously surged out of the Northern King's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the palm print on his chest rapidly healed. At the same time, Bai Ying's expression was rather ugly. Although he had the upper hand in the previous exchange, the Northern King's punch had caused the blood in his body to churn. When everyone focused their gazes, they could clearly see that a palm-sized hole had appeared on Bai Ying's robes. Even the skin below had turned scarlet red. Bai Ying tightly clenched his teeth. He could not help but emit a hissing sound. Soon after, his expression suddenly sank as he turned his head to look at the Zhuo and Huo clans on both sides. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to sit here and watch. The members of the two clans were involuntarily startled when these words were uttered. They immediately exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, Huo Ba looked at Bai Ying. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, Clan leader Bai, you are at the very least a 3-star dou di. Don't tell me that you cannot even finish off a puppet? If you can, why don't you come? Ugh! Bai Ying's eyes widened. His mouth immediately emitted a furious cry. Immediately, it caused the people in front of him to be speechless. They immediately became quiet. They were naturally happy to be able to send away the experts by Xiao Yan's side. How would they easily shoulder this rock? Zhuo Lin and Huo Ba felt helpless in their hearts after Bai Ying spoke. Their eyes exchanged glances for an instant. Only then did they look at Xiao Yan. Puff. Soon after, a puff sound appeared. A dou qi light pillar that shot to the sky immediately rose from the bodies of the Zhuo and Huo clans. 4 pairs of eyes looked at Xiao Yan at the same time. Xiao Yan, are you going to take the initiative to leave with us, or do you want us to personally attack and kill you here? Huo Ba's eyes emitted a dense dou qi glow. He looked down at Xiao Yan from above. The words that were emitted from his mouth were like a rumbling thunder that reverberated over the entire stadium. "Cuckoo, I'm sorry. I will choose neither." Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he heard this. His body, which was covered by a black robe, shook slightly. Immediately, a brilliant flame swarmed out of his body and swiftly wrapped around Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had transformed into a flaming person whose entire body was burning with a fierce heavenly flame. "Stubborn fellow. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame us for being impolite." Huoba's body moved after his cry sounded. His body suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, Huotianyi, Zhuolin and Zhuobentang also turned their bodies and surrounded Xiaoyan in a half-encirclement. "Cuckoo, what a coincidence. I do not intend to be polite with all of you." A ridicule was involuntarily emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth when he saw the four people charging over explosively. The enormous ruler in his hand shook and a brilliant fire glow suddenly shot out from his eyes. Soon after, his body transformed into a fiery flowing light. It was like a falling star as it violently collided with the four human figures in the air without dodging or dodging. At this moment, the true battle had officially begun. Chapter 684. Xiaoyan die. The expression on Huoba's face became increasingly cold as he watched Xiaoyan charge over without dodging. He waved his large hand and Douqi spluttered from his palm. Soon after, it agglomerated into a large sword. With a twist of his wrist, Douqi immediately agglomerated on the large sword. A bright glow was immediately emitted from it. The tip of the sword turned and violently pierced toward the incoming Xiaoyan. Before the tip of the sword arrived, an incomparably sharp sword aura had already swiftly descended above Xiaoyan's head. A powerful aura and pressure descended from above. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down. Immediately, it caused Xiaoyan to have difficulty breathing. Even his forward charging speed was involuntarily affected. "Die." Huoba's mouth immediately emitted a stern laugh when he saw this scene. The expression on his face became increasingly ferocious. At the same time, the hand that was holding the hilt of the large sword suddenly exerted a force. The turbulent Douqi within his body crazily surged out of his body and swiftly covered the large sword. The sword aura was strong, fierce, overbearing, but did not lose its sharpness. This sword was determined to take Xiaoyan's life. Behind him, Huotianyi, Zhuobentang, and Zhuolin also swiftly followed. All of them wildly surged out the Douqi within their bodies. The strength of an elite Dou-Di was fully displayed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the distance between these four elite Dou-Di and the current Xiaoyan swiftly closed. One could see that both parties would truly collide the next moment. At this moment, a vast and mighty spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between Xiaoyan's brows as he swiftly rushed forward. A brilliant heavenly flame spluttered out from both of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly agglomerated into a black-robed figure beside him. When the four people on the other side saw these four figures, the expressions on their faces involuntarily became sluggish. Even their bodies, which were flying forward, could not help but pause for an instant. The shock in their hearts was easy to imagine. This is Xiaoyan. Another Xiaoyan. How is this possible? This is definitely just an illusionary figure. At this moment, even with the mental fortitude of these four people, their hearts involuntarily felt a shock. Since the members of these two large clans were already in this manner, the hearts of the elite Dou-Di outside of the battleground were naturally even more shocked. As elite Dou-Di, they were naturally able to clearly sense that the second Xiaoyan that had suddenly appeared was emitting quite a strong aura and pressure. Although the strength of the pressure was merely that of a 5-star bandit, everyone present had some understanding of Xiaoyan. The strength of the latter's strength could not be determined by his cultivation level. It was just as Zhuolin had said. The moment the second Xiaoyan appeared, it took advantage of the absent-minded state of the four people in front of it to wave its large hand. A heavenly flame spluttered out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous fire ruler. Soon after, the enormous ruler was swung downwards. It leaped and charged explosively toward the four people in front of it. At the same time, Zhuolin and the other three swiftly recovered. They swiftly suppressed the shock in their hearts. Soon after, Do Qi shot out and violently collided with the two Xiaoyan in front of them. Bang! The next moment, an earth-shaking explosion was emitted. The four human figures in the sky staggered a couple of steps back. Soon after, their bodies shook slightly and the enormous force on their bodies was removed. They lifted their eyes and looked at Xiaoyan in front of them in a dense manner. As for the incarnation, it emitted a bang and burst apart at the same time Xiaoyan flew backwards. It turned into nothingness and disappeared from the open ground. Xiaoyan's feet violently stepped on the empty space. Numerous dark black spatial crack lines spread out from under his feet. An enormous force poured down. Soon after, the empty space suddenly collapsed. Only then did Xiaoyan's body come to a stop with great difficulty. Xiaoyan's mouth continuously panted. He sensed a faint bloody sweetness that was transmitted from his throat. The muscles on his face involuntarily trembled slightly. Compared to these four people, Xiaoyan was in an incomparably miserable state. The combined forces of the four elite Dodi actually did not give him the slightest chance to fight back. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan completely understand that the four great clans were after all under the same command. Even though they usually fought openly and covertly and did not look favorably on each other, they would still stand on the same front when it came to a critical moment. This was something that Xiaoyan had not expected. If the four great clans each had their own thoughts and did not cooperate with each other, Xiaoyan would have the opportunity to benefit from it. However, he was currently facing four elite Dodi at the same time. The current Xiaoyan was far from being a match for them. In the empty space, Xiaoyan's eyebrows were tightly knit together. A thought passed through his mind, and the Do Qi in his body swiftly surged. Only then did he suppress the churning blood in his body. Xiaoyan had suffered greatly from the attack just now. Originally, he thought that by relying on the strength of his incarnation, he would still be able to clash with it. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan had underestimated the strength of a Dodi. Moreover, he was facing four elite Dodi. Haha, I thought that you had some tricks up your sleeves. Looks like you are only SOSO. It seems that I have overestimated you. Xiaoyan, I'll give you a forward evaluation. Unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, Huoba, who was in the empty space opposite him, opened his eyes wide and stared at Xiaoyan. The corner of his mouth parted into a cold sneer. He waved his large hand and the huge sword in his hand danced. Immediately, a couple of sword glows with frightening auras shot explosively toward Xiaoyan. The whistling sound of rushing air spread over the open ground. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly became solemn. The hand that was holding the huge ruler once again exerted strength, emitting waves of creaking sounds. Soon after, a ruthless expression surged onto Xiaoyan's face. The Do Qi in his body swiftly flowed, and the huge ruler in his hand was suddenly swung forward. Flaming swallowing tsunami. At the same time that he let out a stern cry in his heart, the huge heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand also continuously hacked out. In the blink of an eye, a couple of brilliant ruler glows also violently met the couple of sword glows. Bang bang bang. Successive explosions were emitted in midair. Following them, wave after wave of energy ripples swiftly swept over the open ground like a cluster of fog, causing the empty space between the two to fluctuate unceasingly. Just as the energy ripples scattered, Xiaoyan heard a qi sound. A strong figure suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, a huge sword that was half the size of Xiaoyan's body also fell toward Xiaoyan's head. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 685. The sudden appearance of Huoba caused the expressions of all the elite Dodis outside of the arena to instantly change. Such a ghost-like speed was something that even they had difficulty detecting, much less a mere bandit like Xiaoyan. What a frightening speed. This Xiaoyan is in trouble. At this moment, the only thought in everyone's hearts was that Xiaoyan would definitely die. At such a close distance, if one did not make any preparations beforehand, forget about Xiaoyan, even the surrounding elite Dodi would not be able to do so. Zhuo Lin's eyes were sharp as he stared at Xiaoyan from the empty space not far away from the arena. He believed that since Xiaoyan was able to survive in the hands of the leaders of the four large sects, he would not have been able to survive until now if he did not have a strong enough foundation. As expected, when the enormous sword was about to land on Xiao Yan's head in everyone's eyes, Xiao Yan finally gently lifted his eyes. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. Haha, Xiao Yan Dai. I will help you hand your corpse over to the sect. A mocking laughter was emitted from Huoba's mouth. At the same time, the enormous sword in his hand heavily descended. However, in the next moment, when the enormous sword in Huoba's hand violently descended and pierced through Xiao Yan's body, the expression in Huoba's eyes suddenly changed drastically. This afterimage, how is this possible? Huoba's heart was filled with shock. This was simply unbelievable. A moment ago, Xiao Yan was clearly below him. How was it that in the blink of an eye, only an afterimage was left? This kind of thing was really too unbelievable. When this scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes, it was not only Huoba. Even the group of elite Dodi, as well as Zhuolin and Zhuobentang, who were behind Huoba, had different expressions on their faces. Zhuolin was still fine. Although he felt quite surprised in his heart at the scene in front of him, he had already expected it in his heart. His heart swiftly calmed down when he saw Xiao Yan's afterimage gradually disappear under the enormous sword. On the other hand, the group of elite Dodi, who were standing outside of the battle, suddenly felt their hearts tremble when they saw this strange scene in front of them. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan had actually disappeared without them noticing when facing an attack from a 3-star Dodi. Wasn't this a little too frightening? This guy, how did he do it? Even if it was the heavenly annihilation step, with his mere strength of a half-martial emperor, it was impossible for his speed to reach such a terrifying level. This guy, he's not human. The group of elite Dodi's faces were filled with shock as they stared at Xiao Yan's afterimage in the arena, which was gradually disappearing. The shock in their hearts was even greater. Young master, it is unexpected that this Xiao Yan is actually Cuckoo being able to become the joint wanted criminal of the 4 large sects. How can he not have some skill? Even what you have seen now is merely the tip of the iceberg of Xiao Yan's true strength. If he were to really use his full strength, it is likely that even the combined strength of our 2 clans would have difficulty taking him down. Before Zhuobentang's voice sounded, Zhuolin quickly shook his head and laughed softly. Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned at this moment when he said these words. He looked at a certain empty space above this open ground. At the same time, a human figure wearing a black robe slowly stepped out of the empty space at that spot. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? When Zhuobentang heard Zhuolin's words, he involuntarily frowned on Zhuolin's behalf. His heart swiftly thought for a moment before looking at Zhuolin in front of him. He frowned and said, "Young master's words sound a little like you are destroying your own prestige." Zhuolin immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled when these words sounded. His gaze immediately glanced at Zhuolin as he replied with a calm tone. "You say that I am destroying my own prestige. Cuckoo, do you think that you can dodge that move of Huoba's earlier?" The expression on Zhuobentang's face involuntarily became slightly startled when these words were uttered. His mouth opened slightly, but he ultimately frowned and did not say anything. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Zhuobentang understood in his heart that even he did not have much confidence in dodging that move of Huoba's earlier. However, Xiao Yan had strangely dodged it in front of the eyes of so many elite Dodi. Just this point alone was enough to cause him to feel inferior. But young master, Xiao Yan is merely borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. Otherwise, how can a mere bandit like him compare with a 3-star Dodi like Huoba? Humph, you say that Xiao Yan is borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. However, don't tell me that he is not relying on the strength of a Dodi? When exchanging blows with others, one should rely on one's own ability. Never place the word fairness in one's heart. Otherwise, why don't you also use the strength of a 6-star bandit to fight with him? Zhuobentang was dull. He had yet to spit out the words in his mouth when Zhuolin continued to speak. You should feel fortunate that you are a 3-star Dodi. Otherwise, it is really difficult to say just what the result of this battle would be. Even Sun Hanshi, a 1-star Dodi, had died in Xiao Yan's hands. An opponent of the same level is just like mud to him. He can step on them as he wishes. Zhuobentang completely recovered after these words were spoken. He thought about how Sun Hanshi was ultimately an elite Dodi. Yet he had died in Xiao Yan's hands. Just how great was the strength that Xiao Yan possessed? Zhuo Bentang's wrinkled forehead involuntarily overflowed with cold sweat when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yan's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He was already so strong when he was merely a bandit. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening Xiao Yan's strength would be once Xiao Yan fully matured. Zhuo Lin's and Huoba's eyes looked at Xiao Yan, who had appeared at a certain spot in the empty space. The former's eyes contained a solemn expression. At the same time, it also contained some ridicule. On the other hand, Huoba's face was green. He was a 3-star Dodi. Yet, someone had actually dodged his fatal attack at such a short distance. The most infuriating thing was that the person who had dodged his attack was actually a mere 6-star bandit. If it was an ordinary time, Huoba would definitely be able to kill such a person with a single slap. However, Xiao Yan had caused his heart to be both shocked and furious. Huff and puff. Xiao Yan, who had appeared, was panting with his mouth. It was as though he had experienced some kind of intense exercise. The aura of his entire body involuntarily rose and fell. Although Xiao Yan had perfectly dodged that attack from earlier, the other party was after all an elite Dodi. When Xiao Yan had used all his strength to activate the Sky Absolute Steps, it had naturally exhausted the Do Qi within his body. The action from earlier had exhausted nearly 1/5 of the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body. This price could not be considered small. Of course, in proportion to this, Xiao Yan had also narrowly dodged Huoba's sudden attack. Even if you are lucky enough to dodge it once, there will definitely not be a second time. Huoba's expression was gloomy as he softly cursed. Soon after, his body suddenly shook and he once again charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. After the previous incident, this time around, Huoba did not dare to be careless. The instant his body flashed, his body transformed into a resplendent ray of light, just like the stars in the night sky. This speed was undoubtedly much more terrifying than before. Although the two of them were separated by 1,000 feet, this was merely a matter of an instant in the eyes of an elite Dodi. Soon after, Huoba's strong body once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a wall. The enormous sword in his hand was raised high above his head. The instant his body appeared, the enormous sword in his hand carried an incomparably sharp sword aura as it fell toward Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face swiftly became stern. He flipped his hand and stored the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. His feet moved and the Sky Absolute Steps was quickly unleashed. In the next moment, everyone present clearly saw that Xiao Yan's body had turned into a breeze the instant the enormous sword in Huoba's hand fell. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from this open ground. Soon after, the enormous sword in Huoba's hand once again slashed through empty air. Huoba's heart was suddenly shocked. Soon after, his eyes suddenly turned and looked at a certain spot in the empty space. Xiao Yan's figure had once again appeared. Xiao Yan Dai. A soul-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from Huoba's mouth. At the same time, Huoba's body once again flashed with an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also followed Huoba's violent movements and rushed up time and time again. The great Tao's strength combined with the wonder of the Sky Absolute Steps allowed Xiao Yan to take the initiative each time, dodging all of Huoba's sharp attacks. In an instant, the latter was unable to do anything to Xiao Yan. Outside the arena, Zhuo Lin and Zhuo Bentang quietly observed the situation. However, they had no intention of intervening. Huoba was naturally aware of this. He knew that the hungry wolf from the Zhuo clan would not intervene unless there was meat. Therefore, he stopped Huotianyi, who had originally intended to step forward to help. His goal was to have someone on his side restrain the Zhuo clan at this moment. Otherwise, once Huotianyi and his strength were mostly depleted by Xiao Yan, even if they managed to capture Xiao Yan at that time, they would only end up benefiting the Zhuo clan. This was not something that Huoba was willing to do. Bang! Finally, after a long period of chasing, Xiao Yan was ultimately unable to dodge Huoba's shadowy pursuit. Although the two of them had only clashed for a short moment, Xiao Yan was blasted back by Huoba's attack. With this attack, he actually landed at the edge of the arena. At this moment, behind Xiao Yan was an endless abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. His foot coincidentally stepped on the edge of the arena. Although he did not miss, Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly shrank back. Xiaoyan, aren't you very good at running? Now I want to see where you can run to. Huoba's body moved. In the blink of an eye, he was standing a short distance away from Xiaoyan. His gaze was dense as he stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. It was likely that the current Xiaoyan had suffered quite a serious injury after receiving his attack. After all, no matter how one compared him, Huoba was an elite 3-star Dodi. In front of a true elite Dodi, no matter how strong a Bandi was, it would pale in comparison. Qi. The enormous sword in Huoba's hand suddenly shook with force. An incomparable sword aura immediately surged apart, causing the empty space around him to bend and hum as it trembled. Soon after, an extremely frightening aura swept out from Huoba's body and heavily pressured Xiaoyan at this moment. Soon after, Xiaoyan sensed the frightening aura and pressure that had suddenly descended from above his head. His face, which was already somewhat pale due to his lack of dou qi, had become completely bloodless at this moment. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled snort. Xiaoyan frowned. A thought passed through his mind, and the dou qi that was flowing within the veins in his body began to circulate. He wanted to use this to block the latter's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, under Huoba's powerful aura and pressure, even the circulation speed of the dou qi within Xiaoyan's body was greatly affected. It was impossible for him to contend with it. Haha, this is really a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself if you intend to resist the pressure of my imposing aura with the strength of a mere quasi-emperor? Sensing the unusual movement within Xiaoyan's body, Huoba parted his mouth and smiled. His smile was filled with disdain. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was outside the arena, could not help but frown slightly when he saw this scene. Zhuo Bentang by the side also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. He immediately smiled and said to Zhuolin, "Is young master thinking about this Xiaoyan again?" "Yes." Zhuolin nodded his head gently as a reply. "Haha, young master, you think too highly of this Xiaoyan. Even if his strength is extraordinary, his training talent is extremely good, and even if he defies the heavens, reality is ultimately cruel. His strength is ultimately only that of a Bandi and not a Dodi. A Bandi will never be a match for a Dodi. Even if he killed Sun Hanshi, this only proves that his puppet is extraordinary. I'm afraid that young master is a little too focused." Zhuo Bentang's eyes focused on Zhuolin in front of him as he spoke in a respectful tone. "Oh, have I really thought too highly of him?" Hearing this, Zhuolin finally slowly turned his head and stared at Zhuo Bentang. His eyes were so calm that it was frightening as he spoke. Ugh! Seeing Zhuolin once again reveal this gaze that caused one's hair to stand on end, Zhuo Bentang felt a chill run down his spine despite his age. Zhuolin's expression did not fluctuate at all as he withdrew his gaze. It once again landed on Xiaoyan in the arena, sticking to the old ways and refusing to change. This is the reason why my Zhuo clan is unable to replace the 4 large sections. This sudden sentence caused Zhuo Bentang's expression to abruptly change drastically. Before he could say anything to stop Zhuolin quickly opened his mouth and continued. "It is not that I think too highly of Xiaoyan. Instead, it is all of you. Do you think that no one on the continent is a match for you just because you are an elite Dodi? Do you not know that there is always someone better than you? Have you seen a second person other than Xiaoyan who has comprehended the great Tao at the Bandi class? No. You have not seen it before, but it does not mean that there is none. My Zhuo clan is merely a frog at the bottom of a well in the entire Yuanwu continent. However, do you think that these so-called 4 large sects are any better?" The cold reprimand was filled with self-mockery. Being the eldest son of the Zhuo clan, Zhuolin, who could be considered a genius in the entire western region, naturally possessed his own wild ambition. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the 4 large sects were already the top factions in the western region. Being able to join them could be considered extremely fortunate. This point was something that quite a number of people in the Zhuo clan that Zhuolin belonged to also had such thoughts in their hearts. However, the difference between them and Zhuolin was that from the way he saw it, it was his destiny to become the future leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even though this was the case, the Heavenly Sword sect was merely a starting point for him. In the face of his great strength, the so-called 4 large sects were merely stepping stones in his eyes. His future would definitely not be limited to this. Of course, this would also depend on the choice of the clan behind him. If the entire Zhou clan was willing to accept him as their leader, and use the strength of the entire clan to send him to the top, the Zhou clan would definitely rise in status in the future. Otherwise, it was likely that their Zhou clan would be trapped in this tiny corner of the continent for generations to come. If a real man wishes to accomplish something, he must not be constrained by small details. Moreover, he must not be complacent and stubborn. As for now, let's just wait and see. Xiaoyan was able to survive under the combined attack of the 4 large sections. How can he be easily dealt with by a boorish fellow like Huobei? After the cold reprimand, Zhuolin finally quietened down and no longer spoke. Beside him, Zhuo Bentang's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Zhuolin in front of him. He had never imagined that the young master of his clan would actually possess such a temperament at such a young age. This was something that even he could not compare to. Admiration was revealed in his eyes as he sighed in his heart. Soon after, Luo Bentang also turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan, who was currently in the arena. After Zhuolin's words, he firmly believed in his heart that the Xiaoyan in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Of course, the other people in the arena were naturally unaware of the conversation between the two of them. Numerous pairs of eyes stared at Xiaoyan in the arena. Their eyes were either filled with suspicion, pity or cold laughter. It was as though Xiaoyan had already entered a certain death situation. Humph humph. At this moment, the corners of Huoba's mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. He glanced at the 2 Zhou clan members behind him from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that the 2 of them were actually not moving, he could not help but secretly feel suspicious in his heart. At the same time, Huoba held the giant sword in his hand as he slowly walked towards Xiaoyan with heavy footsteps. He took a full 2 minutes to cover the distance of 100 feet. Huoba arrived in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the latter's expression appeared grave. There was a frightening pressure above his head. His entire body was dripping with perspiration. However, it was all cold perspiration. Huoba focused his eyes and looked over. The thing that caused him to feel uncertain was that Xiaoyan's originally pale face had appeared swollen red at this moment. Soon after, Huoba casually skipped over these details. He slowly extended his left hand, and the cold smile on the corners of his mouth gradually widened. In the end, he slowly pressed his hand on Xiaoyan's chest. A mere bandit actually dares to act so recklessly in front of this emperor. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for me to kill you? It would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Huoba's tone was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. At the same time, the hand that was imprinted on Xiaoyan's chest shook slightly. Soon after, an extremely frightening dou-qi erupted from his palm like a volcano. Soon after, it completely penetrated Xiaoyan's entire body from front to back. Chapter 686. Seeing that Xiaoyan's body had been penetrated once again, the expression in Huoba's eyes suddenly hardened. His palm, which he had shot out, was tightly clenched into a fist. Damn it! It is actually an afterimage again. Huoba viciously cursed in his heart. Soon after, his body suddenly turned back. A pair of eyes that were filled with fury instantly looked at a certain spot in the empty space behind him. At that spot, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, was slowly appearing. The instant this human figure appeared, Zhuolin, who had been staring intently at Xiaoyan, could not help but frown at this moment. A suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Zhuolin's heart was filled with endless doubt as he stared at the gradually disappearing afterimage in front of Huoba. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the fluctuation of aura within Xiaoyan's body. From the looks of it, it was clear that he was already prepared to attack. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. What exactly is he planning to do? Even I am unable to guess his intentions? Zhuolin's heart was filled with shock. In his memory, there were only a handful of people who could cause him to be unable to guess the actions of others. Even those few people were people with extraordinary statuses in the entire western region. However, the Xiaoyan in front of him really caused his heart to be filled with doubt. At this moment, Huoba, who was in the arena, stared intently at the black-robed human figure that had suddenly appeared in the empty space. He suddenly waved the enormous sword in his hand, and his strong body immediately turned into a cannonball that shot explosively toward Xiao Yan in the empty space. Ha! Xiao Yan! Die! A furious low roar was emitted from Huoba's mouth. His rushing body once again shook. Do Qi poured out, causing the empty space around him to fluctuate intensely. In the blink of an eye, Huoba's body appeared in front of the black-robed person. Huoba waved his large hand. The sharp edge of his sword heavily landed on the black-robed person's head with the force of breaking bamboo. The moment the terrifying sword aura came into contact with the black-robed man's black robe, it seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the air, Zhuolin stared at the black-robed man. He did not dare to be careless. As the saying goes, a person closely involved in a situation is baffled while a bystander sees it clearly. He had already sensed the swiftly draining Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body earlier. However, from the situation before his eyes, it was clear that Xiao Yan had yet to make a move. The more this was the case, the more Zhuolin could not be careless in his heart. Immediately after, the huge sword in Huoba's hand pierced through the black-robed man's body under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but feel shocked for Xiao Yan. They could not help but reveal a stunned expression on their faces. Dodging the attacks of a 3-star Do Di in succession. Such a frightening speed was something that very few of the elite Do Di present could achieve. However, this was something that even they were unable to do. Yet a 6-star bandit had done it one after another. This speed could really be described as frightening. Another afterimage? Huoba's expression involuntarily became gloomy when he saw the black-robed man in front of him explode into a cream-white fog. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart. He, a dignified elite Do Di, had merely killed a 6-star bandit. Yet he had been toyed with by Xiao Yan. His repeated attacks were all dodged by Xiao Yan. How could he remain calm in his heart? Where would he put his face as an elite Do Di? The fury in his heart caused the fury in his heart to become even greater. He did not expect that Xiao Yan, a bandit, would actually be able to bring him such great trouble. Zhuolin had another guess in his heart when he saw the black-robed human figure explode in front of Huoba. If that black shadow was really just an afterimage, it should have dissipated with the wind, and not explode into a thick fog like this black-robed man, wrapping Huoba in it. No, this is not an afterimage. It is impossible for an afterimage to be like this. Since this is the case, where is Xiao Yan? Where is Xiao Yan's actual body? Zhuolin knit his brows tightly. The doubt in his heart grew even greater. Since this was not an afterimage of Xiao Yan, and was not his actual body, where was Xiao Yan at this moment? It was impossible for him to have disappeared into thin air from this open ground, right? Damn it. Xiao Yan, are you a loach? If you have the ability, fight with the old me. A furious roar sounded in the open ground. Huoba's body shook and the Do Qi within his body immediately swept out. It swiftly scattered the thick fog that surrounded him. An extremely frightening force and pressure also swept out from Huoba's body. It was just like a storm that swiftly swept over the open ground. At the same time, a slight qi sound was also emitted. However, it was perfectly covered by the former's voice. Even though this was the case, this slight sound was still detected by Zhuolin, who was completely focused at this moment. This is... Zhuolin's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, the frowning Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned. He looked at the edge of the open ground, which was the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing earlier. Earlier, Huoba had scattered one of Xiao Yan's afterimages with one hand at that spot. However, at this moment, Zhuolin could clearly sense that the qi sound had originated from that spot. Don't tell me. Zhuolin's heart involuntarily felt a great shock when he thought of a certain possibility. At the same time, he also felt a wave of terror because of Xiao Yan's crazy action. However, a black figure flashed across the open ground like a bolt of lightning in the next moment. The direction it was heading was where Huoba was currently standing. Wherever the black shadow passed, the surrounding space did not stir up any abnormalities. Even the flowing wind in the air was not affected in the slightest. Young master. Zhuo Bentang, who was standing beside Zhuolin, had naturally sensed the black light that had suddenly appeared. Such a frightening speed caused even his heart to involuntarily tighten. Immediately, the expression on his old face changed slightly. Do Qi swiftly surged out of his body as he prepared to attack. Although the relationship between their two clans was not friendly, they were currently standing on the same side. He could not just watch something happen to Huoba. Wait. Have you forgotten what I said earlier so quickly? Huoba is a 3-star Dodi and is not so easy to deal with. If we don't attack, there will naturally be someone who is more anxious than us. Zhuolin stopped Zhuobentang just as he was preparing to attack. At the same time, he faintly spat out a sentence. His gaze turned and looked at Huotianyi in the air. Zhuobentang finally understood when he saw this. His tightly knit brows relaxed. The turbulent Do Qi within his body also gradually calmed down at this moment. Compared to the two of them, Huotianyi was naturally the most anxious in his heart at this moment. Seeing that the black light had already arrived behind Huoba in the blink of an eye, Huotianyi's expression suddenly changed drastically. His heart was incomparably anxious. Without thinking, the Do Qi within the vortex within his body wildly surged out as though it was free. Soon after, his body wildly flashed and rushed toward the black light. The latter had already arrived in the blink of an eye. However, it was also at this moment that the black light completely appeared. It was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. Only at this moment did Huoba recover. He abruptly turned his head and saw Xiaoyan, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiaoyan. This sudden scene caused the expression on Huoba's face to suddenly become startled. However, before he could do anything, Xiaoyan's face was flushed red as his palm landed heavily on Huoba's back. Heart-shattering palm. Following the furious cry that was emitted from Xiaoyan's heart, a frightening Do Qi suddenly poured out from Xiaoyan's palm, and wildly poured into Huoba's body. Soon after, it became like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it wildly raged within his body. In the blink of an eye, Huoba's face quickly turned bright red. A blood color filled his entire body. His entire body suddenly felt cool. Soon after, he was forcefully sent flying by Xiaoyan's palm. At the same time, Huotianyi, who had finally arrived late, waved his large hand and similarly threw a punch that heavily smashed onto Xiaoyan's chest at this moment. Bang! 2 miserable bangs sounded at the same time. Soon after, everyone present saw 2 similarly black-robed human figures flying backwards in different directions. The auras of the 2 of them had also swiftly weakened at this moment. After the 2 of them stabilized their bodies with great difficulty, Xiaoyan and Huoba involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Even their expressions had turned pale in an instant. Of course, compared to Huoba, Xiaoyan's condition was naturally even weaker. Although Xiaoyan's heart-shattering palm had completely landed on Huoba's body, it was just as Zhuolin had said. Huoba was after all a 3-star Dodi. Even with the strength of Xiaoyan's palm, it was difficult to kill him. At the very most, it could only cause him to lose his fighting strength for a short period of time. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was different from the former. In order to unleash this attack, Xiaoyan had really paid quite a big price. Young master, why is Xiaoyan's attack so sudden? At this moment, Zhuobentang, who was in the empty space, had also discovered some clues. He frowned as he looked at Zhuolin in front of him. At this moment, he had been completely subdued by the latter. Although his age was far greater than the latter's, one's temperament was not something that could be judged by age alone. Have you finally discovered this point? Hearing this, Zhuolin also slowly exhaled a breath of air. His voice was somewhat solemn as he spoke. When these words were spoken, Zhuobentang could not help but frown. His heart felt incomparably uncertain. Although Xiaoyan's speed had caused him to be quite surprised in his heart, it did not seem to be sufficient to cause Zhuolin in front of him to reveal such an expression. Appearing to have sensed the emotions in Zhuobentang's heart, Zhuolin quickly tightened his brows. His eyes stared intently at the pale-faced Xiaoyan in the arena. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. Xiaoyan, since I made my debut, you are the first person that I truly admire. If it was not for Huotianyi or Huoba, something might have really happened to him. Genius. 1 second. Remember this website address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 687. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Zhuolin in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Do-D present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was not something that anyone present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Do-D would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do-Chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuolin's expression was similarly solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Do-D outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuolin was truly concerned about. Damn it! Why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. He won't even have the chance to use it. Zhuolin cursed in his heart. However, he could only helplessly shake his head. No matter what he thought in his heart, it was already too late. It was useless to think too much about it. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to deal with the current situation. If the fire lotus really exploded, he was not willing to be the first to die. The gorgeous fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly floated forward in the empty space. Zhuolin, who was opposite it, finally made a move. Shua! The golden cloud sword in Zhuolin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuolin's heart, and the Do-Chi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword surged. Following the pouring in of Do-Chi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuolin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly and soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuolin's expression turned pale. A few drops of golden blood also flew out from Zhuolin's mouth. Under Zhuolin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand in a flash. These few drops of golden blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuolin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuolin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuolin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and stood it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuolin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Zhuolin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his heart moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword aura immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden light spread out from under Zhuolin's feet, the empty space where Xiaoyan and Zhuolin were was immediately filled and buried by Zhuolin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, the heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent Do-Chi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the Annihilation Fire Lotus earlier, Xiao Yan had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already broken his connection with the Annihilation Fire Lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiao Yan's heart also held a curious attitude toward this action of Zhuolin. He was certain that with the strength of the Annihilation Fire Lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Do Di present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuolin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuolin's intention? Xiao Yan was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the Annihilation Fire Lotus and Zhuolin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuolin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes gathered, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill, 6th Form Sword Seal. Fall. As the indifferent cry from Zhuolin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuolin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, an enormous golden sword, which was like a small mountain, fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuolin. Oh, this is the Imperial Sword Skill Ha. It is also the 6th form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jianming had once used it when he had just arrived at the western region. It could be considered one of the Do skills that made him famous. It is unexpected that this Zhuolin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. His heart also felt some surprise at Zhuolin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword Skill was able to become Jianming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuolin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jianming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiao Yan in the future. While Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner in his heart, Zhuolin, who was in the air, once again waved the long sword in his hand. Ha! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Zhuolin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with great strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Zhuolin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Zhuolin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz buzz buzz. A buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to tremble violently at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release a terrifying aura of destruction. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Dodi present. The fire lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz buzz buzz. A familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Dodi present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this fire lotus. It was likely that even these elite Dodi present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this fire lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's annihilation fire lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the fire lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the fire lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the fire lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the fire lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Dodi present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous fire lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, the moment the lotus petals fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the open ground like a storm. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it. Grug! The first to bear the brunt of it was Zhuolin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Zhuolin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, less than 20 of the dozens of elite Dodi present were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Dodi, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Baingzhua Bentang, a 3-star Dodi, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Zhuolin was naturally quite seriously injured under the two waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the two waves of energy storms, Zhuolin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shua. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shua's body was extremely weak after experiencing two waves of energy storms. The corner of Zhuolin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the third energy storm arrived, Zhuolin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shua in front of him, and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, after experiencing two waves of energy storms, the current Xiao Yan was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. There was no telling just how many bones in his body were broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiao Yan's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the third energy storm. If Guyu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it, it would be difficult for the current him to even move his finger. This time around, It was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with an unwilling heart, and waited for the moment of death to arrive. Chapter 688. However, this 1,000 feet distance was merely a blink of an eye in the eyes of a Dou-Di. As the Dou-Qi poured out from Zhuo Bentang's body, the current him was only a few hundred feet away from the narwhal snake. At this distance, he had complete confidence that he could stop the narwhal snake here. Qi, Zhuo Bentang's shriveled hand suddenly clenched. Immediately, Dou-Qi surged wildly in his palm. When he clenched it again, it had already agglomerated into a long spear. Zhuo Bentang's arm shook and the tip of the spear suddenly turned. It carried an incomparably sharp aura as it violently smashed toward the narwhal snake. However, at this moment, the sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted. Before Zhuo Bentang could recover, a ray of light suddenly appeared and heavily collided with Zhuo Bentang's body. Soon after, a muffled bang was emitted. Zhuo Bentang's body, which was originally charging forward, had no choice but to stop in midair. Although it was only for a short instant, the current speed of the narwhal snake was enough to leave Zhuo Bentang far behind. In an instant, when Zhuo Bentang hurriedly came back to his senses and raised his head abruptly, he saw that the narwhal snake had already left him far behind. Even if he wanted to chase after it now, he wouldn't be able to catch up. When he thought of this in his heart, a fury rose in Zhuo Bentang's heart. A pair of old eyes that were filled with fire suddenly looked at the white-robed person, not far away in the empty space beside him. It was Bai Ying. Bai Ying, what are you trying to do? Zhuo Bentang's eyes were about to crack. He did not expect that he would be obstructed by Bai Ying at such a crucial moment, when he was only a step away from the narwhal snake. Swoosh. However, the instant Zhuo Bentang's words sounded, Bai Ying, who was in front of him, hurriedly turned his body. His body appeared somewhat miserable as he flashed across the empty space beside him. Immediately, a strange purple-gold lightning suddenly pierced through the spot where Bai Ying was standing. Soon after, its target changed to Zhuo Bentang. Its aura did not diminish as it charged toward him. Bang! Another sudden turn of events caused Zhuo Bentang's expression to change drastically. Before he could react, the strange bolt of lightning had already landed heavily on Zhuo Bentang's body. Only at this moment did Zhuo Bentang clearly see that the purple-gold lightning bolt that had arrived before him was actually the Northern King. Soon after, Zhuo Bentang finally regained his senses. His body was sent heavily flying. Finally, he was like a falling meteor as he violently smashed into the open ground below. Although it was not enough to seriously injure Zhuo Bentang, the North King's power was enough to make Zhuo Bentang temporarily lose his ability to fight. In the air, Bai Ying's face was completely red as he glared hatefully at the North King. Only then did he turn to Zhuo Bentang and roar furiously. What are you doing here? Do you now know why I have coincidentally bumped into you? If it wasn't because your Zhuo clan refused to lend a hand, how would I be defeated by such a dead thing? Humph, you want to reap the benefits without doing anything? I'm afraid that you have underestimated this Xiao Yan. Bai Ying's face was filled with grievance. The roar from his mouth actually caused the face of this 3-star Dou-Di from the Zhuo clan to turn green. Zhuo Bentang did not truly sense the strength of the Northern King from the collision earlier. However, from the current situation, he did not dare to underestimate the Northern King. By being able to beat the clan head of the Bai clan, who was also one of the 4 great clans, into such a state, Zhuo Bentang was able to imagine the strength of the Northern King without thinking too much. Of course, if he were to know that all of this was done by Bai Ying, it was unknown just what kind of thoughts he would have in his heart. At the same time, without any obstruction, the narwhal snake's charging speed became even more terrifying. It opened its huge snake mouth and emitted a shocking roar. Its huge body suddenly shook, and its charging speed became extremely frightening. At this moment, Zhuo Lin's body had already caught up with Huo Tianyi. Being a 2-star Dou-Di, the strength of a 1-star Dou-Di was no different from an ordinary Bandi to Zhuo Lin. In the blink of an eye, Huo Tianyi had been overtaken by Zhuo Lin. Seeing Zhuo Lin suddenly charge forward, the expression on Huo Tianyi's face instantly changed. Earlier, he had focused his attention on Xiao Yan in front of him. Until this moment, He still did not understand what was happening around him. However, by the time he recovered, Zhuolin had already violently charged toward Xiaoyan. Bastard! Xiaoyan's life is mine. I should be the one to kill him. The expression on Huotiani's face swiftly became ferocious. At the same time, his body suddenly shook and he used even more strength to charge toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, the narwhal snake was crazily charging toward them from the empty space to one side of the two of them. Zhuolin, move aside for this young master. The furious roar from Huotiani's mouth sounded. He waved his arm and threw a heavy punch toward Zhuolin's face. Humph. Do you really think that you have the ability to contend with a 2-star Dodi just because your strength has reached the advanced 1-star Dodi level? You really overestimate yourself. With regards to this, Zhuolin was even more disdainful. He waved his sleeve and a sharp sword aura instantly agglomerated into a substance. With just one attack, not only did it force Huotiani back, it also forcefully broke the 4 finger bones on Huotiani's right hand. If Huotiani himself was not a Dodi, it was likely that Zhuolin's attack earlier would have been enough to cripple Huotiani's palm. Huotiani's heart was filled with dissatisfaction after his attack was thwarted. He wanted to charge forward once again. However, at this moment, an enormous shadow behind him, like a toppling Mount Tai, heavily pressed down on him. What? Only at this moment did Huotiani finally discover the narwhal snake behind him. The expression on his face suddenly changed wildly. At the same time, the dou qi in his body crazily surged out as if it was free of charge. His 2 feet hurriedly ran through the empty space. The corner of his eyes glanced at the enormous shadow behind him that was getting increasingly closer. Shock was written all over Huotiani's face. In his heart, he even regretted not being born with 2 more legs. Of course, Zhuolin was similarly shocked in his heart. The narwhal snake, which should have been stopped by Zhuobentang, had actually suddenly appeared behind them. This was really frightening. In this way, the appearance of the narwhal snake had once again ruined Zhuolin's plan that was right in front of him. Damn it! I must kill Xiaoyan. Even if you are already a 4-star Dodi, you cannot stop me. Zhuolin viciously cursed in his heart. He even wished that he could kill Zhuobentang here and now. However, putting aside Zhuobentang's strength, just the current situation made it difficult for him to deal with it. Zhuolin, it's all your fault. You didn't make a move for so long and only wanted to be the fisherman. Now you have finally failed miserably at such an easy task, and have thrown yourself into it. With death at hand, Huotiani's heart was filled with anger. At the same time that he let out a furious roar, his eyes revealed a sinister expression as he laughed out loud. Humph humph die? The only one who will die is you. I will not die. The muscles on Zhuolin's face involuntarily twitched when he heard this. Soon after, however, the viciousness on Zhuolin's face became even denser. The gaze he used to look at Huotiani was filled with killing intent. Soon after, his body, which was originally rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly paused at this moment. The 2 of them, who were originally only a short distance away from Huotiani, were now less than half a meter away from each other in the blink of an eye. Haha. Zhuolin, just obediently die for me. Huotiani let out a stern laugh. He waved his large hand and grabbed at Zhuolin's ankle. Humph. Get lost. A disdainful cold laugh was immediately emitted from Zhuolin's mouth when he saw this scene. He twisted his leg and dou qi surged wildly. Soon after, he heavily stomped on Huotiani's chest. Bang! A frightening dou qi immediately poured out when this attack landed. Regardless of how Huotiani tried to block it, it was completely useless. The sword qi method of the Heavenly Sword sect was known for its powerful attacking strength. With Zhuolin's current strength of a 2-star Dodi, the golden-colored dou qi instantly agglomerated into a sharp blade. Although it appeared ordinary, Zhuolin was already prepared. This attack was something that even a 2-star Dodi like him would not dare to underestimate, much less Huotiani, who was merely a 1-star Dodi. Zhuolin was clearly unable to kill Huotiani with just one attack. However, his aim was clearly not this. At the same time that his foot landed, Zhuolin borrowed the force from his feet and violently stomped on Huotiani's chest. His body borrowed the force and once again shot out explosively. At the same time, Huotiani's body was sent into the shadow that covered the sky. Ah! A sharp, miserable cry was emitted from the shadow. Zhuolin's body had already taken the opportunity to escape from the area covered by the shadow. When he turned his head to look, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrunk. Even his entire body could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. Looking over at this moment, the shadow was actually the narwhal snake's large mouth that was angrily opened. Huatiani had just been swallowed by it. His heart recalled the scene of Huatiani being swallowed into the narwhal snake's stomach. Even with his mental strength, his heart involuntarily felt like it was being overturned. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Even his breathing had temporarily paused. However, soon after, the enormous body of the narwhal snake suddenly began to twist. The body at its abdomen swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, the originally enormous body of the narwhal snake had swelled to more than double its original size. At the same time, waves of painful hissing sounds were emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Even though it was a magical beast with the strength of a 4-star Dodi, it would still have to pay quite a big price to swallow a Dodi. Burp. A moment later, just when everyone present thought that the body of the narwhal snake would burst apart because of this, the narwhal snake suddenly raised its enormous snake head high. Its enormous body suddenly trembled intensely. Soon after, a long and loud burp was suddenly emitted from its mouth. Ugh! The appearance of this scene caused the expressions on the faces of everyone present to instantly solidify. Everyone's mouth was wide open. Their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. No one had expected that what they thought would burst apart and die would actually turn into such an awkward and humorous appearance. Cough cough. In the empty air, the still pale-faced Xiao Yin involuntarily coughed a couple of times intensely when he saw this sudden scene. His heart, however, was emitting a rejoicing laughter. Fortunately, the strength of the one-legged golden snake was actually able to raise to such an extent at this critical moment. If the narwhal snake had not been present during this trip to the remains, it was likely that Xiao Yin would not have been able to endure until now. Thank you very much. Lifting his head to look at the gradually recovering narwhal snake in front of him, Xiao Yin spat out sincere words of gratitude from his mouth. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the latter twisted slightly. A hissing sound was emitted from its mouth, as if it was rejecting and accepting at the same time. Xiao Yin smiled knowingly. His gaze slowly swept across the huge body of the latter. When his gaze shifted to the tail of the narwhal snake, he realized that a layer of crystal-like golden energy cuticle was gradually spreading on the entire body of the one-legged golden snake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yin could not help but exclaim in his heart. While his brows were tightly knitted together, he was both surprised and happy in his heart. It was not the first time that Xiao Yin had seen this strange energy cuticle. This was usually due to the excessive power in the body of the devourer, causing the energy to materialize. This also meant that the narwhal snake was about to enter a period of deep sleep. Once he lost the support of the narwhal snake, this powerful fighting force, it would be very difficult to face the 4 great clans again. Of course, putting all these aside, the appearance of this energy cuticle also meant that the strength of the narwhal snake could still continue to increase. After it had completely devoured all this energy, the strength of the narwhal snake would most likely be raised to the level of a late-stage 5-star Dodi. This kind of strength, even in the entire western region, could be said to be at the top of the pyramid among all the elite Dodi. This strength would undoubtedly become a great fighting force for Xiao Yin when he went against the 4 great sects in the future. But now all of this was still unknown. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was in the sky, also discovered the little change on the narwhal snake's body. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from his eyes. His face, which was still showing a grave expression a moment ago, revealed a cold expression the next moment. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are really helping me. Xiao Yin, no matter how good your luck is, you will not be able to escape the fate of dying in my hands today. Zhuolin's expression was ferocious. His gaze focused on the energy cuticle that was rapidly spreading on the narwhal snake's body. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was heard. Surging Doqi surged out from his body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 689. The powerful aura was like a huge mountain that shrouded the space where Xiaoyan was currently standing. Zhuolin's figure stood not far away from Xiaoyan. His Do Qi surged, and his two-star Do Di aura pressed down heavily on Xiaoyan without holding back. Looking at his ferocious face, it was as if he wanted to swallow Xiaoyan alive. Under the pressure of the latter's powerful aura, even if the current Xiaoyan were to use all of his strength, he would be powerless. The current battle had yet to begin, but Xiaoyan had already been defeated. On the other side of the empty space, the narwhal snake was crazily twisting its body. Its snake mouth was wide open as it emitted waves of ear-piercing hisses. It tried its best to charge toward Zhuolin. If it could, the narwhal snake would not hesitate to swallow Zhuolin alive. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it struggled, it was still futile. Even Zhuolin's gaze when he looked at it had a mocking look in it. When everyone present looked over, they realized that there was a thick layer of energy cuticle on the narwhal snake's body. It was spreading at an incredible speed. Everywhere that was covered by the stratum corneum, it was as if it had been watered with copper water, and could not move. Therefore, the narwhal snake struggled for a long time to no avail, and Zhuolin was able to sneer at it. Xiaoyan, who had also witnessed this scene, felt his heart sink. He did not expect the positive energy cuticle to spread so quickly. If it continued to spread at this speed, he believed that the narwhal snake would be completely covered by the energy cuticle in no time. When that time came, even if it was unwilling, it could only helplessly enter a deep slumber. Xiaoyan would also have to face two elite Dodi. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart immediately became serious. However, before he could think any further, the terrifying aura above his head came one after another. Humph humph, even at such a time, you still have the mood to be concerned about this beast. You should first think about yourself. Zhuolin's tone was dense as he laughed coldly. Soon after, he opened and closed his palm. A short sword immediately appeared in his hand. His feet violently stepped on the empty space. The terrifying strength caused the invisible space to ripple. At the same time, Zhuolin's body shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Xiaoyan's head. Zhuolin's hand held the short sword tightly. His expression was fierce. A biting cold killing intent surged out from his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a row of dense white teeth that contained a dense cold light, causing one to shudder. Xiaoyan, die. Zhuolin's mouth was filled with coldness. Do Qi could be heard from the short sword in his hand as he ruthlessly swung it down toward Xiaoyan's head. Clang! Soon after, just as the short sword in Zhuolin's hand was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, an enormous black-colored ruler suddenly blocked the top of Xiaoyan's head. At the same time, it also blocked this fatal blow. Although this was the case, Xiaoyan's body flew back over 10 steps in a miserable manner. Finally, he borrowed the weight of the heavy Xian ruler to pull his body back. Zhuolin's figure suddenly stood at the spot where he had been standing earlier. His expression was not only not angry, but instead revealed a mocking smile. Humph humph, a trapped beast will still put up a fight. I want to see just how many times you can block. Zhuolin's body once again disappeared the instant his mocking laughter sounded. All that was left was an illusionary afterimage. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed drastically. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler suddenly exerted force. His body moved and hurriedly rushed to the side. Haha. Suddenly, a dark and cold mocking laughter was transmitted from beside Xiaoyan's ear. At the same time, a sharp blade that contained a cold glint ruthlessly pierced toward Xiaoyan's back. Clang! The next moment, following the clear sound of metal colliding, Xiaoyan's body suddenly flew forward. Zhuolin's expression changed slightly. His body swiftly turned and swiftly dodged the enormous ruler that was pouncing toward him. When Xiaoyan once again stabilized his body, Zhuolin's body moved and once again charged toward Xiaoyan. In the next moment, an enormous Do Qi light cluster suddenly brushed past Zhuolin's face. It was only an instant away from violently smashing into Zhuolin's body. An instant later, Zhuolin's body gradually calmed down like a statue. When he recovered, he realized that his clothes were actually instantly drenched in cold sweat. What he did not know was that even his face had appeared extremely pale at this moment. Although most of the narwhal snake's body was no longer able to move, One should not forget that even though it was unable to personally move, it could still use its doqi to help Xiao Yan resolve the danger. Unfortunately, the final result was much worse than what it had expected. Otherwise, just that attack earlier would have been enough to cause him to lose all of his fighting strength. An attack from a 4-star Do Di was no joke. Just based on Zhuolin's current strength, it was as if he was facing a half-D expert. He could not even withstand a single blow. Who? Zhuolin slowly exhaled with a heart full of fear. In the next moment he suddenly turned around. The fear in his eyes disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a gloomy and ice-cold expression that was as cold as the underworld. Zhuo Bentang, kill this bastard. An extremely low and deep voice was spat out one word at a time from Zhuolin's mouth. At the same time he said these words, everyone present could even sense that the empty space that everyone was standing in was trembling slightly. It was not difficult to imagine just how great the fluctuation in Zhuolin's heart was at this moment. When Zhuo Bentang heard Zhuolin's words, the expression on his old face suddenly stiffened. Until now, this young master of his had truly become angry. Yes, although he knew that he was no match for the narwhal snake, he also understood that he would not have a good ending if he offended Zhuolin. The degree of his misery might even be more miserable than dying in the hands of the narwhal snake. Instead of the latter, he felt that he might have a chance if he went all out. Immediately, Zhuo Bentang's figure moved and quickly came in front of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the thick layer of energy keratin had already covered more than half of the narwhal snake's body. At this moment, the narwhal snake could only move part of the area below its head. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, Zhuolin's gaze once again fell on Xiao Yan. The expression in his eyes became colder and colder. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. His entire face looked abnormally twisted. Die. With a move of his body, Zhuolin's figure instantly disappeared above the empty space. Xiao Yan's expression changed again. At the same time, he did not dare to be negligent. His figure moved quickly and dodged in all directions. The dark heavy buster sword in his hand was also waved, barely blocking some of the attacks that came towards him. However, even so, Xiao Yan's body had suffered quite a number of injuries in a short period of time. Although he had avoided his vital parts, the piercing pain that came from his wounds when they came into contact with the air caused Xiao Yan's face to be distorted. Umph. Zhuolin merely smiled ferociously in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and numerous golden-colored short swords that contained a cold glow swiftly agglomerated in the air around him. Following a thought from Zhuolin, they instantly transformed into numerous golden glows that violently pierced toward Xiao Yan from different directions. Ding 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 ding. The densely packed sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Most of the sword lights were blocked by Xiao Yan's dark heavy buster sword. However, there were still quite a number of them that forcefully broke through the corresponding defense. In just a short period of time, many thumb-sized holes were left on Xiao Yan's body. The holes were so deep that they reached his bone marrow, and the pain penetrated his soul. Even so, Xiao Yan could only clench his teeth and endure the pain. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the spot where the narwhal snake was standing. However, he saw that the latter had already been completely wrapped up by the energy cuticle. Even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that the narwhal snake in front of him was like a fish on a chopping board. Even though its skin was thick, it could only be slaughtered. At this moment, Zhuo Bentang was displaying sets of powerful Do techniques with a cold face. He was trying to break open the energy cuticle on the surface of the narwhal snake's body, in order to completely kill it. Seeing this scene, the muscles on Xiao Yan's face could not help but twitch intensely. Although Zhuo Bentang's attacks were like stones sinking into the sea when they landed on the energy cuticle, if he continued to deplete it endlessly, the positive energy cuticle would be broken open sooner or later. Whether the narwhal snake lived or died was only a matter of time. Damn it! Immediately, Xiao Yan was furious. However, even if this was the case, it could not change the fact that he was also extremely weak at this moment. His body was constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. If he was already in such a state, how could he save others? Haha. Xiao Yan, what is it? Even at such a time, you still have the mind to care about the life and death of this beast. Don't tell me that you don't care about me at all? You are really courting death. Zhuo shouted angrily. Immediately after, his body moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With a twist of his wrist, the short sword in his hand revolved in his palm. With a flip of his hand, he slashed at Xiao Yan's throat. The sudden change caused Xiao Yan to be greatly alarmed. Although he managed to twist his body in time to avoid being hit in a vital spot, the short sword still left a shallow wound on his neck. As fresh blood flowed out, an icy feeling quickly surged up from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. Even his back felt icy cold. The breathing from Xiao Yan's nose became sluggish. He carefully used his hand to gently rub the spot where he had been injured. Immediately, pain was transmitted. Xiao Yan's heart paused at this moment. The muscles on his face could not help but tremble intensely. It was as though his soul had been touched. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's heart strangely calmed down. Don't worry, I promised you that I will definitely bring you out of here. Since I have said it, I will definitely do it. No matter what. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. His originally hurried breathing also calmed down at this moment. Even his deathly pale face seemed to have recovered. Oh. Why, you want to make a final gamble? Then come, let us decide the victor with one move. Today, I will let these fellows see with their own eyes that Xiao Yan, whose name resounds throughout the entire western region, will die at my hands today. Zhuo coldly snorted. His face was filled with ridicule. Soon after, Zhuo waved his large hand. Golden douqi spluttered out from his palm. It was like flowing water as it swiftly transformed and agglomerated. Finally, it turned into a golden longsword. Golden Cloud Sword. It's the Golden Cloud Sword. Tisk tsk, this is the weapon that made young Master Zhuo famous. It is said that it has been with young Master Zhuo since a long time ago. It is said that as long as young Master Zhuo uses this sword, he will definitely not be defeated. Looks like young Master Zhuo intends to use this sword to continue the legend this time around. At the same time that Zhuo took out this sword, the crowd outside the window could not help but become restless. Clearly, this so-called Golden Cloud Sword was quite famous in the western region. Xiao Yan, it is worth it for you to die under my Golden Cloud Sword today. My Golden Cloud Sword has always only killed experts above the Do D level. It is your honor for a mere bandit like you to die under my Golden Cloud Sword. Zhuo listened to the praises that were transmitted from the mouths of the crowd outside the arena. At the same time, the golden sword in his hand was pointed at Xiao Yan. At the same time, the majestic Do Qi within the vortex in his body surged out as though it was free of charge. It followed Zhuo body and circled around his arm like numerous water snakes. Finally, it entered the golden cloud sword in Zhuo hand. With the pouring of Do Qi, the golden cloud sword glowed brightly. An incomparably powerful overbearing aura also spread out from it. The faces of those who sensed this aura involuntarily became solemn. This golden cloud sword was indeed extraordinary. By being able to become the weapon of the eldest son of the Zhuo clan, the head of the 4 great clans, its strength was really not something that an ordinary weapon could compare with. Compared to Zhuo sharp edge, Xiao Yan's actions caused others to feel disgusted and strange upon seeing him. Just as everyone thought that Xiao Yan was preparing to use his final Do skill. The following scene caused everyone present to be instantly stunned. Not only did Xiao Yan not use the heavy Xian ruler, he instead flipped his hand and put it away. Soon after, he spread his hands in front of Zhuo displeased gaze. Soon after, a glow flashed in his palm and a couple of jade bottles appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Bang! With a slight shake, Xiao Yan shattered all the jade bottles in his hand. After which, what was revealed were the dozens of medicinal pills that were added together. In an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance quickly spread across the square, causing the faces of everyone present to change. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills? These are all Tier 3 medicinal pills. Even if he is a Tier 3 alchemist, it is likely that even the Alchemist Alliance does not have the ability to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills at once. At this moment, everyone present was shocked in their hearts. Everyone's gaze uniformly landed on the medicinal pills in Xiao Yan's hands. If he were to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills, it would attract countless number of elite Dodi to snatch them. Now that they were placed in front of them, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. However, they also knew Xiaoyan's ability. Since he dared to take out so many medicinal pills in front of everyone, he naturally had a way to protect them. However, in front of everyone's fiery hot gazes, Xiaoyan opened his mouth wide. At the same time, he suddenly lifted one of his hands and violently stuffed the medicinal pill in his hand into his mouth. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wished that he could stuff his hand into it as well. Ugh! This sudden scene caused everyone's bodies to instantly stiffen. They were like numerous statues that were fixed on the spot. They watched as Xiaoyan lifted his second hand. Soon after, he took another big mouthful of medicinal pills and violently stuffed them into his mouth. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 690. Dozens of elite dodis in the large square were stunned as they watched Xiaoyan gradually swallow a large mouthful of medicinal pills with great difficulty. Other than the extreme shock in their hearts, there was also a craziness because of it. This action was really crazy. Even they did not dare to attempt it. Dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills were actually swallowed by Xiaoyan at one go. The powerful strength that they brought was sufficient to cause Xiaoyan's body to explode. This action of Xiaoyan was no different from committing suicide. This fellow knows that he no longer has any way to survive. Is he planning to risk his life for another? He is really crazy. Ugh, it's just a pity. He has such great training talent at such a young age. But he just had to provoke the 4 large sections. He is really young and frivolous. He does not know the immensity of the world. Shocked and regretful voices quietly spread from the crowd. Everyone's eyes revealed a pitiful expression when they looked at the current Xiaoyan. Even if the entire western region was not filled with elite dodi, there were still quite a number of them. However, even they did not dare to face the 4 large sects head-on. However, Xiaoyan in front of them was great. His strength was merely that of a 6-star bandit. Yet he was still active in the western region despite being searched by the 4 large sections. Although he had been lucky enough to successfully escape from the hands of the 4 large clans a couple of times earlier, it seemed that he would not have the slightest chance of survival this time around. This lunatic. Seeing that Xiaoyan had actually swallowed dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, even with Zhuolin's character, he could not help but curse softly at this moment. The expression on his face changed as he instantly withdrew the golden cloud sword in his hand. The do-qi within his body also wildly surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a golden do-qi light barrier around him. The strength that erupted from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills was sufficient to turn Xiaoyan's body into an extremely large human bomb. Once it exploded, not only would Xiaoyan die, but even many of the elite dodi present might not be able to endure the frightening strength that completely swept out. This was something that even someone as confident as Zhuolin did not dare to be careless in his heart. While Zhuolin flashed back, the crowd outside the arena also began to raise the do-qi within their bodies. They were naturally able to see the imminent danger in the arena. For the sake of their own lives, these people did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. While everyone in the arena was moving, the dozens of medicinal pills within Xiaoyan's body were being refined at the same time. Immediately, an extremely frightening medicinal strength surged violently within Xiaoyan's body like a volcano erupting. The powerful and overbearing strength was like a group of wild horses that had escaped their reins as it swiftly swept through Xiaoyan's limbs and bones. At this moment, the cells all over her body appeared to be extremely hungry. The moment the medicinal strength of the medicinal pills surged over, she began to wildly absorb them. Within a short couple of breaths, the aura within Xiaoyan's body had already returned to its peak. However, the outcome was far from this. Even though the aura within Xiaoyan's body had already returned to its peak, the medicinal strength that had been exhausted was only a small portion of the amount that had been completely merged with the dozens of medicinal pills. The remaining strength was wildly colliding within Xiaoyan's body. It could not be controlled as it forcefully surged into every cell in Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, Xiaoyan was like a bucket that had already been filled with water. Even though the bucket was already full, an enormous amount of water was still wildly pouring into it. However, in the blink of an eye, the skin all over Xiaoyan's body had become boiling hot. Its color had also turned blood red. His entire person looked like a blood person, appearing extremely terrifying. Of course, This was merely Xiaoyan's outer appearance. At this moment, the inside of his body was even more chaotic. The frightening energy that had been agglomerated from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills crazily shuttled back and forth within Xiaoyan's body, causing waves of intense throbbing pain to be repeatedly emitted from within his body. Damn it. I was careless. I never thought that the power of a Tier 3 medicinal pill would be even more terrifying than I had expected. Xiaoyan could not help but curse as he tried his best to control the rampaging energy within his body. Immediately after, Xiaoyan fiercely clenched his teeth as he suddenly let out a low roar in his heart. He suddenly clenched his fists tightly. The frightening strength caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart moved. The remaining spiritual strength in his heart flowed downwards without reservation. It crazily invaded his body and forcefully gathered the scattered wild energy once again. Of course, this kind of action could only have a temporary effect. As long as Xiaoyan did not completely exhaust the energy within his body, this energy would sooner or later spread once again. When that time came, the energy that had been agglomerated would instantly erupt. The strength that erupted at that moment would be sufficient to instantly tear Xiaoyan apart. Xiaoyan was unwilling to cause his own death, so, after temporarily gathering the wild and violent energy within his body, Xiaoyan widened his mouth. Immediately, a couple of different colored wild and violent flames were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. They were suspended in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the heavenly flames that were standing in front of Xiaoyan were the top 6 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. However, the purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame were missing. Hence, Xiaoyan used the other 2 heavenly flames to replace them. After summoning the heavenly flames, what Xiaoyan needed to do next was to gather these 6 types of heavenly flames and agglomerate the strongest Do skill that Xiaoyan had created himself, the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiaoyan did not hesitate when he summoned the 6 types of heavenly flames. 2 of his fat hands, which appeared large due to being filled with energy, slammed heavily in front of him. Immediately, these 6 types of heavenly flames were violently slammed together. At the same time, the wild and violent energy within them also collided in an instant. Sizzle! A firelight shot out and the wild and violent energy instantly invaded. Both of Xiaoyan's hands were immediately replaced by numerous scarlet wounds. Fresh blood dripped from them. Just looking at them caused one's heart to feel a pain. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily parted. While his mouth inhaled a breath of cold air, his hand did not dare to hesitate even a little. The remaining spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out of his body. He used all of his strength to control the brilliant cluster of flames that was constantly emitting a slight explosion in his hand. Droplets of scarlet water swiftly fell from Xiaoyan's forehead. However, it was unknown whether it was sweat or blood. The pain arrived. However, at the same time that fresh blood was the price, the few clusters of flames in Xiaoyan's hands were swiftly merging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a short moment, the flames in Xiaoyan's hands had already vaguely reached an equilibrium point. There was a great trend of merging. At the same time that Xiaoyan did these actions, everyone outside of the battleground also used different gazes to observe the actions of Xiaoyan in the battleground. Immediately, the many elite Dodi, who had been shocked by Xiaoyan swallowing over 10 Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, were once again shocked by Xiaoyan. This fellow. He is really capable of doing anything when he is about to die. Has he really gone crazy? He actually wants to forcefully merge the heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Lunatic. This fellow is a lunatic. If you want to die, you can die by yourself. The old me does not wish to die with you. Immediately, various voices were emitted from the crowd. Some were shocked, some were shocked. At the same time, there was also fear. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame was something that the entire continent acknowledged. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame meant that it was destined to be unable to coexist and merge with anything in this world. At this moment, this action of Xiaoyan was undoubtedly challenging something that the entire continent did not dare to confirm. How could this not cause them to feel shocked and terrified? Damn it. What exactly is this brat trying to do? The expression in Zhuolin's eyes also changed after seeing this scene. His heart was filled with respect for the heavenly flame, and he did not dare to have any thoughts about it. After all, everyone in the entire continent knew that the heavenly flame in the world had already transformed into a spirit. They were existences that they could not afford to offend. How would he dare to have any thoughts about the heavenly flame? Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's actions still caused him to feel a wave of fear from his heart. Puff! At the same time, a puff sound was suddenly heard in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. Another cluster of dense white flames suddenly rose. This dense white flame was undoubtedly the bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan was involuntarily stunned when he saw this sudden scene. Even the heavenly flame that was being forcefully agglomerated in his hand suddenly erupted. Fire light shot out and Xiao Yan's hands were covered by scarlet-red fresh blood, giving him a frightening appearance. Let's add this to the mix. Although the old me has already said that I will not fight for you, lending you the heavenly flame should not be considered as fighting for you. Guyu laughed as he spoke. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled when he heard this. He quietly thanked Guyu in his heart. Soon after, he did not say anything else. He was aware that this was not the time to joke around. Just these 6 types of heavenly flames might be able to deal with an ordinary elite Dodi, but those 3-star Dodi were not ordinary individuals. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he did not have a 50% chance of killing them with these 6 types of heavenly flames. However, if the bone-chilling flame was added into the mix, Xiao Yan would at least have a 50% chance of being able to rely on the extermination fire lotus to fight with those 3-star Dodi. Even if he could not kill them, he would be able to cause them to pay a great price. Bang! Both of Xiao Yan's hands slammed together. The brilliant flame and the dense white heavenly flame smashed together. Immediately, an even more wild and violent strength erupted from between the 2 clusters of flames. Even the surrounding empty space fluctuated intensely. At the same time, Zhuolin on the opposite side also stared intently at the 2 clusters of flames between Xiao Yan's hands with a pair of sword-like eyes. He sensed the frightening destructive aura that erupted from them. Without realizing it, the expression in his eyes gradually became sharp. From Xiao Yan's crazy actions earlier until now, Zhuolin was certain that this was not the first time that Xiao Yan had done something like this. Since this was the case, once the 2 clusters of flames in Xiao Yan's hands were completely merged together, just how frightening would the strength that would erupt be after the 7 types of heavenly flames were merged? Zhuolin's heart immediately tightened when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yan had not swallowed dozens of medicinal pills because he wanted to take them down with him. Instead, he wanted to rely on this trump card of his to finish off everyone present in one fell swoop. However, from the looks of it at this moment, in order to quickly agglomerate this dough technique, Xiao Yan seemed to need to focus all of his attention on the 2 clusters of flames in his hands. Since you have no time to be distracted, I want to see just how you are going to agglomerate this dough technique. If the dough technique is not formed, the only path left for you is death. Zhuolin let out a ferocious laugh in his mouth. His hand, which was retracted, slowly tightened. The golden cloud sword, which had originally been stored in his storage ring, once again quietly appeared in Zhuolin's hand at this moment. Swoosh! Soon after, when everyone's gazes were focused on Xiao Yan, Zhuolin's body suddenly disappeared from the empty space where he was standing earlier. At the same time, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly sounded in the sky above the open ground. Soon after, a cold glint suddenly flickered in the empty space a short distance in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, a golden-colored longsword with an extremely sharp aura appeared. It was the golden cloud sword. The invisible sword aura instantly pierced through the invisible empty space. Soon after, Zhuolin's body also appeared in the empty space. Soon after, his body had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing that the golden cloud sword in his hand was about to pierce into the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, everyone present finally noticed Zhuolin, who had suddenly appeared. However, when everyone recovered, Xiao Yan, who was originally completely focused on merging the heavenly flames in his hand, suddenly lifted his head. A pair of scarlet eyes instantly stared at Zhuolin in front of him. The invisible overbearing aura actually caused the latter's mind to instantly tremble. His entire body could not help but be startled. After being absent-minded for a moment, when Zhuolin quickly recovered, Xiaoyan had already retreated explosively. When he saw the cold smile that was revealed on Xiaoyan's flushed face, the expression in Zhuolin's eyes instantly hardened. A bad premonition crazily surged in his heart. This is bad. The moment Zhuolin recovered, he suddenly waved the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body immediately pulled back. At the same time, Xiaoyan slowly lifted his hand. Dozens of elite Dodi in the open ground looked over in unison. At this very moment, there was a beautiful fire lotus, the size of a wash basin, slowly standing in the air above Xiaoyan's raised hand. Xiaoyan's retreating body slowly came to a stop. At the same time, the expression on his red face gradually became ruthless. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Zhuolin, whose expression had changed drastically. Immediately he opened his mouth and said, "Annihilation Fire Lotus, go!" Chapter 691. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Zhuolin in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Dodi present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was something that not a single person present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Dodi would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do Chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuolin's expression was also extremely solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Dodi outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuolin was truly concerned about. Damn it! Why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. I would not have given him the chance to even use it. Zhuolin cursed in his heart. Soon after, however, he could only helplessly shake his head. Regardless of what he thought in his heart, it was already too late now. It was useless to think too much. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to face the situation in front of him. If the fire lotus were to really erupt, he was unwilling to be the first person to die. The beautiful fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly drifted forward in the empty space. Zhuolin on the opposite side finally moved at this moment. Shua. The golden cloud sword in Zhuolin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuolin's heart, and the Do Chi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword shone brightly. Following the pouring in of Do Chi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuolin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly. Soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuolin's expression turned pale. A couple of drops of golden-colored blood also shot out from Zhuolin's mouth. Under Zhuolin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand. These few drops of golden-colored blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuolin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, An even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuolin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuolin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and placed it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuolin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Zhuolin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his mind moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword intent immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden-colored light spread out from under Zhuolin's feet, the space where Xiaoyan and Zhuolin were was immediately filled and buried by Zhuolin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, the heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent Do Qi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the Annihilation Fire Lotus earlier, Xiaoyan had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiaoyan had already broken his connection with the Annihilation Fire Lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiaoyan's heart also held a curious attitude toward Zhuolin's action. He was certain that with the strength of the Annihilation Fire Lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Do Di present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuolin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuolin's intention? Xiaoyan was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the Annihilation Fire Lotus and Zhuolin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuolin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes agglomerated, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill, 6th Form, Sword Seal. Fall. As the indifferent cry from Zhuolin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuolin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, a small mountain-like golden-colored enormous sword fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuolin. Oh, this is the Imperial Sword Skill, huh? It is also the 6th Form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jianming had once used it when he had just arrived at the western region. It could be considered one of his famous Do skills. It is unexpected that this Zhuolin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. In his heart, he also felt a shock at Zhuolin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword Skill was able to become Jianming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuolin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jianming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other three sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiaoyan in the future. While Xiaoyan was thinking in this manner in his heart, Zhuolin, who was in the air, once again waved the longsword in his hand. Ah! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The two enormous swords formed two sword shields with each other, protecting Zhuolin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with unhindered strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Zhuolin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Zhuolin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz buzz buzz. A buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to violently tremble at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release waves of terrifying destructive aura. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Dodi present. The fire lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz buzz buzz, a familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Dodi present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this fire lotus. It was likely that even these elite Dodi present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this fire lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiaoyan's annihilation fire lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the fire lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the fire lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the fire lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the fire lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Dodi present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous fire lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, when the lotus petal fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the square like a storm in the blink of an eye. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it. Grug! The first person to bear the brunt of it was Zhuolin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Zhuolin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, there were less than 20 of the dozens of elite Dodi present who were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Dodi, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Bai Yingzhua Bentang, a 3-star Dodi, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Zhuolin was naturally quite seriously injured under the 2 waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the 2 waves of energy storms, Zhuolin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shua. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shua's body had become extremely weak after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms. The corner of Zhuolin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the 3rd wave of energy storm arrived, Zhuolin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shua in front of him, and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, after having endured 2 waves of energy storms, the current Xiao Yan was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. An unknown number of bones in his body had been broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiao Yan's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the 3rd energy storm. If Guyu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it with his current strength, he would have difficulty even moving his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with a heart filled with unwillingness. He waited for the moment of death to arrive. Chapter 692. When the final energy storm swept over this open ground, the open ground could be said to be covered with corpses at a glance. It was a tragic sight. Not long ago, the dozens of elite Dodi present had all died at this moment. The manner of each of their deaths was extremely miserable. Their faces also carried an endless amount of horror. None of the people present were able to escape alive under the fire lotus. Even though they were elite Dodi, they had difficulty contending with such a great strength. The open ground that was covered with corpses was completely silent. A dense bloody scent covered the entire open ground. Although the fire lotus had already scattered, its remaining might did not disappear for a long time. Smoke permeated the open ground as a bloody fog rose. Only the statue in the middle of the open ground still stood. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled explosion sounded from the pile of corpses. Soon after, a couple of corpses were sent flying. They forcefully exploded in midair, turning into a cluster of bloody fog that did not scatter. Cough cough. A human figure slowly stood up from the pile of corpses. His figure appeared somewhat miserable. His snow-white clothes were dyed red by fresh blood. The aura within his body was extremely weak. However, he was undoubtedly much better off when compared to these corpses around him. This person was Zhuolin. Finally, at the critical moment when the energy storm swept over, he had borrowed Sun Shua's body and barely managed to block the energy storm. Sun Shua, who was already seriously injured, naturally had no way to survive under the storm. Zhuolin, on the other hand, was also seriously injured despite having survived. Zhuolin's heart was filled with shock as he looked at the miserable scene on the open ground. A deep fear lingered within his heart. He had never seen such a frightening scene, nor had he seen such a frightening Do technique. He really had difficulty imagining that Xiao Yan was really only a bandit. A bandit was actually able to unleash such a great strength. Even a true elite Dodi had suffered countless deaths and injuries from this attack of his. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of weak existence a so-called elite Dodi would be in Xiao Yan's eyes once he stepped into the ranks of elite Dodi in the future. Zhuolin inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he slowly recovered from the shock that filled his heart. He forcefully controlled the emotions in his heart. Zhuolin's entire body trembled as he lifted his gaze. His gaze scanned the open ground in front of him. A pair of spiritless eyes carefully searched the open ground, hoping to find Xiao Yan's corpse. However, after his gaze carefully swept across the square, the expression in Zhuolin's eyes involuntarily froze. His dry and white lips trembled as he opened them. An expression of disbelief involuntarily appeared on his deathly pale face. Hehe, Zhuolin's voice was hoarse. Although he wanted to say something, in the end he still sat on the ground with a plop sound while his heart was filled with fear. The fear in his heart was even greater at this moment. Just a moment ago, he had carefully swept his gaze over every corpse present. However, in the end he did not see a corpse that matched Xiaoyan's description. He believed that he had definitely not missed anything. Xiaoyan's corpse had indeed disappeared at this moment. Zhuolin could only place the greatest hope in his heart that Xiaoyan had been completely turned into ashes by that storm. Even his corpse was not left behind. Of course, this was the most beautiful fantasy in Zhuolin's heart. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, he did not wish for the other party to have any possibility of surviving. This was because once that happened, it meant that he might once again meet Xiaoyan in the future. He might once again meet the demon in the depths of his heart. In Zhuolin's heart, Xiaoyan was the first person in history to be regarded as a demon. On this point, even the other few geniuses from the four great sects were unable to pose such a threat to him. Xiaoyan's growth potential had already reached an extremely frightening stage. Only by truly destroying such an enemy would his heart be at peace. Otherwise, as long as Xiaoyan did not die, he would definitely become an eternal obstacle in Zhuolin's heart in the future. It might even cause his cultivation to stagnate, and he would be reduced to an ordinary Dodi. This kind of thing was something that he could not accept. However, at this moment, Zhuolin also realized that not only had Xiaoyan's corpse disappeared from the open ground, even the narwhal snake that was wrapped by the energy layer had also disappeared. The appearance of this scene further confirmed the belief in Zhuolin's heart that Xiaoyan was still alive. No. Impossible. How could he have survived? This is not real. This is definitely not real. Xiaoyan, where are you? Come out if you have the ability. What kind of hero are you if you hide your head and show your tail? Get out here. Suddenly, the pale white face of Zhuolin, who was trembling all over, swiftly turned red. His pair of spiritless eyes were immediately filled with fresh blood. He waved his large hand abruptly and the golden cloud sword appeared in his palm. He forcefully supported his seriously injured body, appearing as though he was going to fight with Xiaoyan, whose life and death was unknown. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, an intense coughing sound was emitted from a certain spot in the open ground. Zhuolin's gaze also abruptly followed it and looked over. Xiaoyan. Zhuolin's voice was extremely hoarse as he let out a furious roar. He forcefully supported his body, and his feet violently stepped on a corpse in front of him. Then he wildly dashed in the direction where the coughing sound came from. At the same time, a human figure covered in fresh blood climbed out of the pile of corpses with great difficulty. From the looks of his appearance, he was the leader of the Hua clan on this trip to the remains, Huoba. Although Huoba had temporarily lost his fighting strength in the previous battle, causing him to be unable to maneuver the Do Qi within his body, he had relied on some of his own tactics at the critical moment to endure those few waves of energy storms with great difficulty. Even though this was the case, the current Huoba was already extremely weak. The current him had great difficulty even crawling his body, much less standing up and maneuvering the Do Qi within his body. However, he had just climbed out of the pile of corpses and flipped over with great difficulty. His mouth was roughly breathing in the air that was filled with the scent of blood when he heard a hoarse, furious roar being transmitted from far away beside his ear. Soon after, there was the sound of heavy footsteps. By the time he recovered, Zhuolin had indeed arrived in front of him. Zhuolin's hand raised and the sword fell. Before Huoba could recover, this three-star Dodi's head had already been separated from his body. After killing Huoba, the body of Zhuolin, whose heart was filled with madness, immediately softened. He heavily fell to the ground. Beside him, the golden cloud sword also fell to the ground uncontrollably. Coincidentally, the sharp tip of the sword was pointed directly at Zhuolin's throat. Bang! At a certain moment, a human figure climbed up with great difficulty on the open ground that everyone thought was empty. A pair of shady old eyes that were filled with fear looked at Zhuolin's current position. Forcefully enduring the intense pain in his body, the old man forcefully maneuvered the few remaining threads of Do Qi in the vortex. His feet heavily stomped on the ground. His body flickered a few times before he finally arrived in front of Zhuolin. In his weakened state, Zhuolin opened his eyes with great difficulty. Only a thin slit could be seen. In his blurry state, he was able to clearly see the person who had arrived. It was the leader of his Zhuo clan, Zhuo Bentang. As a 3-star Dodi expert, Zhuo Benteng naturally would not die so easily since Huoba did not die. Zhuo Benteng looked at Zhuo Lin with a grave expression as he arrived in front of him. His heart was filled with worry. Zhuo Lin was the most talented genius in their Zhuo clan, and he did not wish for anything to happen to the latter. Otherwise, even without mentioning this, he would not be able to get past his father, the head of the Zhuo clan. Hence, he did not dare to slight the seriously injured Zhuo Lin in front of him. Young master, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely not let anything happen to you. After muttering these words, Zhuo Benteng frowned and withdrew his gaze. After which he hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. After he swiftly opened it, a round medicinal pill rolled out from within. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance swiftly spread across the empty space of the deep region. Even the rich bloody smell in the air was washed away at this moment. This medicinal pill was a Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was something that Zhuo Benteng had specially prepared for this trip to the remains as a precaution. Originally, he thought that nothing would go wrong during this trip to the remains. However, he did not expect that he would actually end up using this medicinal pill. As he thought of this, Zhuo Benteng could not help but recall the Annihilation Fire Lotus that Xiao Yan had displayed in the end while he sighed emotionally. The strength of that thing was really so great that it was frightening. Even now, Zhuo Benteng's heart was still filled with an endless amount of fear when he recalled it. It was really difficult to imagine that such a great strength was actually unleashed by a bandit. This was really frightening. He did not even dare to imagine how frightening the strength of the Fire Lotus would be if Xiao Yan's strength was a little stronger, reaching the strength of an 8-star bandit, or even a 9-star bandit. It was likely that even an elite 3-star Dodi like him would not have any chance of surviving. Zhuo Benteng only withdrew his thoughts after feeding the medicinal pill into Zhuo Lin's mouth. His pair of old eyes slowly moved. Finally, they landed on the golden cloud sword beside his feet. Ugh! Letting out a deep sigh, Zhuo Benteng casually gripped the hilt of the gold cloud sword. His pair of gloomy old eyes carefully observed this gold cloud sword in front of him. At the same time, the medicinal pill that had just been swallowed by Zhuo Lin in front of him was also emitting waves of warm medicinal strength. It swiftly healed the injuries within Zhuo Lin's body. While Zhuo Benteng was focusing his attention on the golden cloud sword in his hand, he did not see that Zhuo Lin was currently narrowing his eyes. His gaze was firmly staring at Zhuo Benteng in front of him. There was a dense killing intent quietly flashing deep within his eyes. A couple of minutes later, Zhuo Benteng finally put down the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body moved and he sat cross-legged beside Zhuo Lin, who was lying flat on the ground. After consuming a medicinal pill, he also began to quietly recover from the injuries within his body. At the same time, in a place where the two of them did not notice, a white-clothed Bai Ying was quietly standing on the statue that stood in the middle of the plaza. However, from the looks of his expression, he did not appear to be in a much better state than Zhuo Benteng. A pair of dense eyes stared at Zhuo Lin and Zhuo Benteng, who were lucky enough to survive. A solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his pale face. It was unexpected that the Zhuo clan had not lost a single person. In this way, he could not take the risk and recklessly attack. It was fine if he was facing Zhuo Benteng alone. However, since there was an additional Zhuo Lin, he had no choice but to be extremely careful. A 2-star Dodi was enough to turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. Even though Zhuo Lin was quite seriously injured at this moment, he was still in the same situation. Thinking of this, Bai Ying frowned as he looked at the two people in the plaza. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the qi method within his body, and began to recover from the injuries within his body. Bai Ying did not bring any medicinal pills with him when he entered the remains this time around. Those things had already been handed over to Baijan before he entered the remains. This time around, the father and son had entered the remains separately, one in the open and one in the dark. As a 3-star Dodi, Bai Ying naturally did not doubt his own strength. He did not think that there was anyone who could truly hurt him during this trip to the remains. Of course, the current situation had caused him to miscalculate. As for Baijan's side, the father and son had already discussed it. Baijan would not enter the depths of the remains. In order to obtain some of the treasures within the ancient forest, Bai Zhan would definitely take quite a big risk. As a safety precaution, Bai Ying had given all the medicinal pills he had on him to Bai Zhan. As a result, Bai Ying did not have any medicinal pills to consume at this moment. However, at a certain moment, Bai Ying, who was quietly training, suddenly heard the sound of a longsword piercing through a body. When he hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a scene that caused him to be extremely shocked. At this moment, Zhuolin's body, which was originally lying on the ground, had unknowingly stood in front of Zhuo Bentang. At this moment, Zhuolin was holding the golden cloud sword in his hand, and had ruthlessly pierced through Zhuo Bentang's chest. The appearance of this scene caused Bai Ying to be instantly stunned. In his heart, he had never imagined that as a member of the same clan, Zhuolin would actually try to kill Zhuo Bentang. It should be known that Zhuo Bentang had saved his life earlier. It was unexpected that in such a short period of time, Zhuo Bentang had actually turned around and killed him. This Zhuo Bentang could be said to be extremely pitiful. Forget about Bai Ying, it was likely that even Zhuo Bentang himself would not have imagined that the person he wholeheartedly wanted to protect would ultimately become the person who killed him. Before he died, Zhuo Bentang's pale face revealed an expression of disbelief. A pair of shady old eyes stared intently at Zhuolin in front of him. His tone was filled with sorrow and despair. I never need a reason to kill. Zhuolin's tone was indifferent as he withdrew his gaze. At the same time, the golden cloud sword in his hand was also abruptly withdrawn. Immediately, Zhuo Bentang's body could not help but twitch. His body softened and fell to the ground. At the same time, the color of life in his eyes rapidly disappeared. At this moment, the two remaining 3-star Dodi had been reduced by 1. Bai Ying, who was on the statue, could not help but coldly laugh in his heart when he saw this scene. He was just about to reveal himself and intervene when his body quickly paused in the same spot. Zhuolin's coldness was not something that he could imagine. Although his strength was only that of a 2-star Dodi, Bai Ying did not dare to act rashly based on his character. Zhuolin was able to be so heavy-handed even to his own family, much less to an outsider like him. Zhuolin would only unleash an even more frightening strength under the pressure of his aura. This was not something that Bai Ying was willing to see. In order to be safe, he needed to plan everything carefully. This was not only for himself but also for the clan behind him. While all of this was happening within the remains, a couple of human figures were slowly standing outside of a snowy mountain on the other side. Even the narwhal snake, which had disappeared from the open ground, had also appeared at this place. The cold wind was desolate and snowflakes danced in the air. The thick snow under one's feet was like mud. Each time one's foot landed, a deep pit would be formed in the snow. At this moment, Xiaoyan was standing in this place. Moreover, Tianying's group was also standing beside Xiaoyan. In front of these 4 people was an icy beauty. Her pretty face was cold and indifferent as she stood steadily in the empty space where the cold wind was blowing. A pair of long pretty eyes stared at Xiaoyan in front of her. The iciness in her eyes was so dense that even the cold wind in this world could not compare with it. Standing on the snowy ground, the cold air of the world seemed to have helped Xiaoyan suppress the violent energy within his body. This caused Xiaoyan's expression to become a little better at this moment. However, when he looked at this absolute beauty in front of him, a surprise involuntarily surged into his dark black eyes. Xiaoyan had never imagined that this person would actually lend a hand at such a critical moment when he was in a situation where he was certain to die. Moreover, she had even brought Xiaoyan out of the remains. Of course, Xiaoyan was not the only person present who had such thoughts. Tianying's group of 3, who were not far away from him, were also looking at the beauty in front of them with faces filled with surprise. Faced with the latter, they did not dare to reveal the slightest trace of disrespect. Instead, they were as carefree as they were in the past. Their expressions were filled with respect. To be able to cause the 3 great beast kings of the Shilin mountain range to treat her so respectfully, and she was also a woman, there was naturally no need to mention the identity of this person. This woman was the overlord of the Shilin mountain range, the true ruler of the Shilin mountain range. A super expert whose strength had reached the origin transformation stage. Lungbing Shuang. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 693. This was a world of ice and snow. Cold snow swirled down from high up in the vast sky. It was like a dancer dancing in the wind in the void. Its movements were light and agile. When the large snowflakes flew together, they danced along with the biting cold wind, forming a beautiful scroll in the void. The wonderful combination between the wind and the snow made this world look quite artistic. Thick snow covered the land. No one knew what was hidden under this snow. They only felt that at a glance, this world was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was like a piece of white paper that was not tainted by a speck of dust. It was also as elegant and pure as the snow lotus on the heavenly mountain. It was likely that no one would be willing to disturb such a beautiful place. This place was like an uninhabited fairyland. Perhaps it was the only pure land in this continent. At least in this place, one would not see blood everywhere, nor would one see killing intent. The smoke would be blown away by the cold wind, and anger would be extinguished by the flying snow. However, even though it was an extremely pure and cold land, a couple of human figures were shockingly standing on it at this moment. Beside the human figures was an enormous being. Its body was covered by a layer of materialized energy cuticle. This group of people was surprisingly Xiao Yan's group. Standing in the empty space in front of them was Lung Bingshuang. She was the one who had brought the 4 people in front of her, and the narwhal snake out of the remains. Junior Xiao Yan, thanks Elder for lending a hand to rescue me. Xiao Yan looked carefully at the peerless lady in front of him. He finally cupped his hands together and bowed respectfully to the latter. At the same time, his tone did not dare to be negligent as he said. This time, regardless of whether it was emotional or reasonable, Lung Bingshuang had saved him. Xiao Yan naturally felt grateful to the latter. What he did at this moment was only reasonable. Seeing Xiao Yan act in this manner, the 3 Tianing brothers did not dare to show even the slightest carelessness on their faces. Even Xiao Yan acted in this manner. How would they dare to continue standing here in this manner? The status of the magical beast world was clearly defined. Compared to humans, the strictness of the status between magical beasts was even more well known. When a weak person faced a strong person, they must completely submit. This was the case for the Sky Eagle trio. After glancing at Xiao Yan, the 3 of them looked at each other and knelt down on the snowy ground without hesitation. Get up. Lung Bingshuang faintly said when she saw the 3 people prostrating on the ground. Immediately, she turned her gaze toward Xiao Yan. When the 3 of them heard this, they stood up from the snow. At this moment, Xiao Yan also lifted his gaze and met Lung Bingshuang's gaze. We meet again. Lung Bingshuang's long and narrow eyes stared at Xiao Yan. Her pursed red lips lifted slightly as she spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. That's right, Elder. We meet again. However, this time around, this junior really needs to thank Elder for saving my life. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would already be a corpse now. When he saw the smile that was lifted from the corner of Lung Bingshuang's mouth, Xiao Yan felt a chill in his heart. He smiled awkwardly as he spoke. At the same time, he hurriedly cupped his hands together respectfully towards Lung Bingshuang. When they heard the conversation between the 2 of them, the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio beside Xiao Yan immediately changed. Many pairs of eyes looked towards Xiao Yan. Only then did they understand that the reason why Lung Bingshuang had brought them out of the remains was because of Xiao Yan. When they thought of this, a surprised expression immediately appeared on the faces of the 3 of them. They did not expect that with Lung Bingshuang's status, she would actually personally intervene for Xiao Yan. However, when the 3 of them thought about it in their hearts, they attributed all of this to Morong Qianqian. It was likely because of the latter's status that Lung Bingshuang would intervene for Xiao Yan. Otherwise, a mere human, moreover a half-emperor expert, was no different from grass in Lung Bingshuang's eyes. If there was no reason, Lung Bingshuang would definitely not intervene for him. I don't care about your life or death. You should know what I want in your heart. Where's the bodhisattva pill? When she heard Xiao Yan's words, Lung Bingshuang smiled coldly. A cold light surged in her pair of bright and beautiful eyes. She slowly raised her slender jade-like fingers. With a thought, ice immediately condensed on her fingertips. The ice-cold air that was emitted from it caused Xiao Yan's heart to tremble slightly despite the distance. When he heard Lung Bingshuang's words, The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately became somewhat awkward. He did not expect that the woman in front of him would actually ask about the Bodhisattva pill. This was really troublesome. After nearly half a year, he had finally found the soul condensation fruit with great difficulty. He had not even swallowed it yet. His soul strength had yet to break through to rank 3. How was he going to refine the Bodhisattva pill? When he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but carefully glance at the cold light condensed on Lung Bingshuang's fingertips. His heart immediately turned cold. His emotions, which had just calmed down, immediately became nervous again. At this moment, he was not in his best condition. The violent energy in his body would be dealt with. If he was casually hit by Lung Bingshuang, he would most likely not be able to keep his life. Sigh. He helplessly laughed bitterly in his heart. He had really just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth. If this woman in front of him really wanted to kill him, even if the current Xiao Yan could immediately return to his peak, it was absolutely impossible for him to be the latter's opponent. Seeing Xiao Yan's difficult expression, Lung Bingshuang could not help but gently knit her brows. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. Her tone deepened as she said, "Why, it seems that you did not bring the Bodhisattva pill to me." As Lung Bingshuang's words fell, the originally cold temperature between the heaven and earth instantly plummeted. The bone-chilling cold caused all the muscles on Xiao Yan's body to involuntarily stiffen. Even the expression on his face quickly became grim. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. He forcefully controlled the energy within his body that had already gone berserk. Although his strength was no match for the latter, if this Lung Bingshuang wanted to kill Xiao Yan here and now, Xiao Yan would definitely tell her that he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. "Cuckoo, you still want to use your Do Qi in front of this queen. Why, you want to fight to the death? Do you think that you have that possibility?" At this moment, the corner of Lung Bingshuang's mouth revealed a disdainful cold smile. Soon after, she pointed her finger directly at Xiao Yan. Immediately, an invisible force shot out. Before Xiao Yan could recover, it had already heavily struck his chest. Bang! Soon after, a muffled bang sounded. Xiao Yan, who was standing in the snow, immediately flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into the snow. The snow collapsed and buried Xiao Yan's entire body. After which, there was no longer any movement. The sudden appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio to change drastically. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect that Lung Bingshuang would actually suddenly attack Xiao Yan. Given Lung Bingshuang's strength, even if Xiao Yan did not die from that attack, it was likely that he would be seriously injured. The Sky Eagle trio looked at each other and raised their heads when they thought of this. The three pairs of eyes looked towards Lung Bingshuang, who was currently standing in the air. Most of the respect in their eyes had also disappeared at this moment. After interacting with Xiao Yan a couple of times, the relationship between them could already be called friends. Moreover, Xiao Yan had intervened and saved the lives of the three of them not long ago. Their hearts were filled with gratitude toward Xiao Yan. Now that they saw that Lung Bingshuang was actually going to attack and kill him, the hearts of the three of them were naturally unwilling. In the air, the corners of Lung Bingshuang's mouth slowly lifted into a smile. She withdrew her finger and smilingly looked at the spot where Xiao Yan was buried by the snow. "Milady." However, at this moment, three voices were suddenly transmitted into Lung Bingshuang's ears. From the sound of it, it seemed that they were complaining about her. "Oh." Lung Bingshuang knitted her eyebrows and looked towards the direction of the voices. Her eyes were looking at the Sky Eagle trio. "Is there something the matter?" Lung Bing's voice was indifferent as she asked. As the ruler of the Shilin mountain range, she had the qualifications to look down from above and face any magical beast in this mountain range. A mere 3 9-star half-emperors were nothing in her eyes. When the three of them heard Lung Bingshuang's words, the invisible aura from her caused their hearts to suddenly sink. As the ruler of this mountain range, just this aura alone was already not something that they could easily resist, much less her strength. "Milady, may I know how Brother Xiao Yan has offended you? Please let him off on account of Miss Morong." In the end, it was still the elder brother of the three. Sky Eagle took a step forward. Even though he was extremely terrified in his heart, he still braced himself and spoke. Hearing these words, Lung Bingshuang's eyebrows immediately lifted slightly. However, she quickly understood. Her eyes swept over the three of them one by one. She emitted a soft laugh from her nose and said, "Who told you that I want to kill him?" The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio immediately changed after these words were spoken. The three of them looked at each other and involuntarily frowned. After which, they once again looked towards Lung Bingshuang. A doubtful expression surfaced in their eyes. Logically speaking, just the aura of Lung Bingshuang's earlier attack was already sufficient to announce Xiao Yan's death. However, the three of them also believed that as the ruler of the Shilin mountain range, the proud and arrogant Lung Bingshuang would definitely not lie. Since this was the case, it also meant that it was indeed as Lung Bingshuang had said. Xiao Yan was not dead. Moreover, the aim of her earlier attack was not to kill Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Eagle trio suddenly turned around. Their gazes simultaneously looked towards the location where Xiao Yan was located. At the same time, a muffled sound was suddenly emitted from a certain part of the snowy ground that had clearly caved in. Soon after, snowflakes flew in all directions like meteors that could easily be seen. The thin snowflakes shot out like darts at this moment. The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio changed once again. Soon after, the three of them clearly saw a black figure suddenly leap out from the snowy ground. The figure shot into the sky. After circling a few times in the air, it landed heavily in front of the Sky Eagle trio. The figure stepped on the air and the snowy ground below suddenly collapsed, forming a huge depression. The faces of Tianing and the other two immediately revealed a joyous expression when they saw that Xiao Yan was fine. 3 pairs of eyes carefully sized up Xiao Yan's body. After sensing that the latter was completely fine, the large stone that had been suspended in the hearts of the three of them finally landed heavily. "Brother Xiao Yan, it's great that you're fine. We were really worried sick earlier." The flame lion walked forward and gave Xiao Yan a huge bear hug. At the same time, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart as he laughed heartily. The moment these words were spoken, Sky Eagle and Xionggang by the side also laughed heartily in succession. Although their voices sounded heroic, one could not detect the suppressed worry within them. Sensing this point, Xiao Yan immediately laughed out loud and agreed. He said, "You are right. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I have an agreement with this elder. She naturally won't harm me." At the end of his words, Xiao Yan's gaze turned and looked at Lung Bingshuang in the air. The corners of his mouth parted into a smile. Soon after, he once again bowed respectfully towards the latter and said, "Junior Xiao Yan thanks Elder for resolving the energy in my body." Although the attack just now appeared to be terrifying, after it entered Xiao Yan's body, it swiftly suppressed the wild and violent energy in Xiao Yan's body. In this way, Xiao Yan was able to borrow the strength of the flame mantra to swallow and refine all the energy in the shortest time possible. After refining the energy, the aura in Xiao Yan's body had recovered by more than half. Although it was not at its peak, it was still much better than his previous weak appearance. Alright, there's no need to say or do such useless things. If you really want to thank this king, it's best that you bring the Bodhi returning pill to me as soon as possible. Seeing the Bodhi returning pill will be the best way to thank this king. Seeing this scene, Lung Bingshuang's tone was still unusually indifferent. However, at least at this moment, a rare smile surfaced on the latter's delicate and pretty face. It was like a snow lotus that had just bloomed on an ice mountain, and was exceptionally fragrant. "Haha, this junior promises Elder that within 2 years, I will definitely bring the Bodhi returning pill and personally hand it over to Elder." Xiao Yan once again cupped his hands towards Lung Bingshuang as he spoke in a firm tone. Now that he had obtained the soul condensation fruit, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist within half a year. At that time, he would be able to prepare to refine the Bodhi returning pill. As for the other 1.5 years, Xiao Yan was merely taking precautions. He did not dare to make any guarantees regarding the matter that Lung Bing had mentioned. "Oh, 2 years, huh? Alright, I'll give you this final deadline. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not showing mercy. At that time, even Qianqian will not be able to protect you." Lung Bingshuang's tone was indifferent as she spoke. Of course, even though she said these words, only she knew the reason behind it. According to Lung Bingshuang's expectations, it was likely that Xiaoyan would need at least 3 more years to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist. However, Xiaoyan's words had indeed caused her to be extremely shocked. She had never expected that Xiaoyan would actually be able to say such words that ordinary people would not dare to imagine. Despite this, Lung Bingshuang was rather happy in her heart. She had been looking forward to the Bodhi returning pill for a long time. Since Xiaoyan himself had said it, she naturally had no objections. Chapter 694. Since we have temporarily put aside the matter of the medicinal pill, shouldn't we talk about this fellow now? Lung Bingshuang lifted her pretty eyes after hearing Xiaoyan's guarantee. She looked past the 4 people in front of her, and at the enormous being behind them. Narwhal snake. Since we have temporarily put aside the matter of the medicinal pill, shouldn't we talk about this fellow now? Lung Bingshuang lifted her pretty eyes after hearing Xiaoyan's guarantee. She looked past the 4 people in front of her, and at the enormous being behind them. Narwhal snake. Xiaoyan and the other 3 also turned their gazes over after hearing the words that were emitted from Lung Bingshuang's mouth. Xiaoyan was still alright. He clearly understood everything that had happened on the narwhal snake. His expression did not change much. On the other hand, the 3 of them had placed all their attention on Xiaoyan and Lung Bingshuang. They did not pay much attention to this big fellow behind them. Only when Lung Bingshuang spoke did the 3 of them turn their heads and look over. However, the expressions on the 3 of their faces were immediately startled when they saw the narwhal snake. Soon after, their expressions turned into shock. The thing that caused them to be shocked was not the identity of the narwhal snake. Instead, it was the powerful aura that was being emitted from the energy cuticle on the surface of its body. That aura was so frightening that it was likely that the 3 of them would not be able to contend with it even if they were to join hands. This fellow is actually a Dodi? Only after a couple of breaths did the 3 of them gradually recover. They faced each other and saw a deep shock in each other's eyes. Being the strongest people in the Shilin mountain range with the exception of Lung Bingshuang, they naturally had some understanding of this narwhal snake that had appeared in front of them at this moment. The 3 of them clearly remembered that when the narwhal snake had broken through to become a 9-star bandit, Xiaoyan had just entered the Shilin mountain range. However, in the blink of an eye, the strength of the narwhal snake in front of them had already reached the Dodi class. On the other hand, the gap between them was really unbelievable. Not only is he a Dodi, but he is also a 4-star Dodi. It is likely that his strength should be around that of a 6-star Dodi once he swallows all of this energy. Lung Bingshuang once again spoke in an indifferent tone while the Sky Eagle trio involuntarily exclaimed in surprise. His indifferent words sounded like he did not care at all. However, when these words reached the ears of the 3 of them, it was like a huge rock had been tossed into a calm lake. Immediately, a storm rose in the hearts of the 3 of them. 4-star Dodi? Expressions of disbelief appeared on the faces of the 3 of them. The instant they heard these words, even the breathing from their nostrils abruptly turned sluggish. The shock in their hearts was even harder to describe with words. Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? How long has it been since he broke through to the 9th-star half-martial emperor realm? Yet he actually... my 3 brothers, you don't have to be so surprised. It's not that the narwhal snake's cultivation is too fast, it's just that it's gotten a lot of opportunities. Xiaoyan smiled faintly while the flame lion's mouth involuntarily let out a surprised sound. Soon after, he gave the 3 people in front of him a general description of what had happened in the remains earlier. After hearing Xiaoyan's description, the emotions in the hearts of the 3 sky eagles finally stabilized. If the narwhal snake had really relied on its own training talent to train all the way up, it would be a little too unbelievable. Xiaoyan's words caused the hearts of the 3 of them to feel a little better. Even though this was the case, a surprised expression still surfaced on the faces of the 3 of them at this moment. It was unexpected that the narwhal snake would actually have such a lucky chance. This caused them to be extremely envious. Although the narwhal snake has inherited the inheritance of the inheritance, it is still extremely powerful. Although it has obtained the Doqi inheritance from the owner of the ruins, the energy is far too powerful. That is why it has turned into its current state. Fortunately, I have sensed a powerful devouring power from within its body. From the looks of it, the process of the narwhal snake's breakthrough does not require the intervention of an external force. This is also the best. Letting nature take its course will allow it to raise its strength to the greatest extent. Therefore, we should patiently wait for it to completely absorb all this energy and awaken from it. Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at the narwhal snake in front of him, which was wrapped in an energy cuticle. His words were filled with joy for the latter. Hearing this, the three sky eagles nodded slightly. Their gazes slowly shifted away from the narwhal snake's body and landed on Xiaoyan in front of them. The expressions in the eyes of the three of them were clearly a little surprised. Xiaoyan's own strength was merely that of a 6-star ban emperor. However, the people he came into contact with seemed to be experts of the Do D class and above. This point caused them to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, the strangest thing was that there seemed to be no lack of various experts by Xiaoyan's side. First, it was the puppet. Then it was the narwhal snake. These two were one thing, but the thing that they did not expect the most was that because of Xiaoyan, even the boss of the Shilin mountain range, Lung Bingshuang, would take action for him. This was really somewhat inconceivable. If this was in the past, not mentioning whether Lung Bingshuang would take action for a 6-star ban emperor, just Xiaoyan's identity as a human was enough for Lung Bingshuang to mercilessly kill him. However, the scene that had appeared in front of them had instantly overturned their understanding of Lung Bingshuang in their hearts. Was it because Lung Bingshuang's attitude had changed, or was it because Xiaoyan was too special? As a result, this king of the Shilin mountain range, whose strength had reached the origin transformation stage, would not act as decisively and swiftly as before when facing him. Brothers, the narwhal snake and I can be considered friends. Previously, it had even risked its life for me. Now that it is in the midst of a breakthrough, it will definitely take a long time. Moreover, I also have other things to do. Therefore, I hope that I can hand it over to the three of you to help take care of it. Just as the three of them were lost in thought, Xiaoyan suddenly cupped his hands towards the three in front of him and spoke in a serious voice. The sudden words were like the sound of a gong, instantly breaking the thoughts in the hearts of the three. They hurriedly recovered. However, before the three of them could nod and agree, an extremely cold aura was faintly transmitted from behind the four of them, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. Leave this little fellow to this king to take care of. With its current strength, once it breaks through and goes crazy, the three of them will be no match for it. It is better to leave it to this king to protect it. On one hand, I will help you look after it. At the same time, it can be considered as leaving a hostage with this king. Let's see if you dare to go against the agreement. Lung Bingshuang laughed coldly. Her words contained a cold smile. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily became a little sluggish when he heard these words. Soon after, he bitterly laughed helplessly in his heart. Since this person had already spoken, it was likely useless for him to say anything more. He might as well just let her be. In any case, as long as he could ensure that the narwhal snake could safely absorb the energy, Xiaoyan really did not care about anything else. Xiaoyan shrugged his shoulders gently, indicating that he had no objections. Seeing this, Lung Bingshuang pursed her red lips slightly, revealing a beautiful smile that could topple the world. However, the three of them did not dare to look any longer and hurriedly lowered their heads. After settling the matter of the narwhal snake, Xiaoyan finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his head and looked at Lung Bingshuang again. At the same time, he cupped his hands respectfully towards the latter and said in a respectful voice, "This junior will repay the favor of saving my life today and the future. Now this junior still has some matters to attend to. Please forgive this junior for leaving first." Once these words were spoken, Lung Bingshuang, as well as the three of them in the void, turned their gazes over at this moment. Lung Bingshuang frowned slightly, but soon relaxed again. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiaoyan. After a few breaths, she slowly said, "You can go now. You may leave, but don't forget what you said just now. If I don't see the Bodhi returning pill within 2 years, I will not only kill you, but I will also not let this narwhal snake off." Although her words were spoken slowly, anyone could hear the overbearing meaning within them. Xiaoyan nodded heavily. Soon after, he did not say anything else. After cupping his hands together towards the three of them by the side, he turned his body and swiftly flew out of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sight of the three of them. It was a long while after Xiao Yan's figure had disappeared into the distance. Only then did the three of them slowly recover. They lifted their eyes and carefully looked at Lung Bingshuang in the empty space in front of them. They cupped their hands together and bowed respectfully, after which, they turned around and left. Wait! At this moment, an icy and indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted over. Immediately, the three of them, who had just turned around, were like wooden pillars that were instantly rooted to the ground. Even the expressions on their faces froze in an instant. Gulp! The three of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. Their bodies were just like machines as they forcefully turned around. 3 pairs of eyes were somewhat empty as they looked at Lung Bingshuang in the void. This king has not allowed you to leave and you actually dare to leave? The soft and lively voice sounded a little magnetic, causing one to be mesmerized. However, at this moment, the three of them did not have any other thoughts in their hearts as they faced Lung Bingshuang in front of them. Lung Bingshuang could be courteous to Xiao Yan, but she might not be courteous to them. She could tolerate Xiao Yan, but she would not show any mercy to them. The actions of the three of them had likely angered this person in front of them. Cold sweat swiftly surged out from the pores of the three of them as they thought of this. Their bodies involuntarily trembled slightly. The strong bodies of the 3 men caused an ordinary person to not dare to underestimate them. However, they actually revealed such an expression in the face of a woman who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. It was indeed unbelievable. Of course, if someone knew the true strength of this woman in front of them, it was likely that no one would have such thoughts. The strength of this seemingly frail woman was enough to cause the entire western region to tremble. Soon after, a plop sound was heard as the 3 of them knelt in the void and prostrated themselves towards Lung Bingshuang. Alright, get up. This king does not wish to kill all of you, and is also too lazy to do so. Lung Bingshuang curled her lips in response. She gently shook her head and quickly said, "Bring him back and place him in the Flame Lion's cave. That place can help him refine the energy faster." Ugh! The 3 of them were immediately startled when they heard Lung Bingshuang's words. They were unable to recover for a moment. It was clearly Lung Bingshuang who wanted to keep the narwhal snake. Why did she throw it to them in the blink of an eye? Humph! Do you really want this king to use him to threaten Xiao Yan? Lung Bingshuang snorted coldly and said. The 3 of them immediately frowned when these words were uttered. Lung Bingshuang stared viciously at the 3 people in front of her and said in a deep voice, "He is just a half-emperor. If this king really wanted to kill him, why would I need to use him as a threat? Bring him away from this place. Otherwise, this king will throw him into an ice cave, and he will definitely die." The expressions of the 3 of them changed when these words were uttered. Only then did they understand. Immediately, they hurriedly moved while they were secretly surprised in their hearts. The 3 of them lifted the narwhal snake, which was already wrapped in an energy layer. Only then did they respectfully say something to Lung Bingshuang. Their bodies moved and they swiftly flew towards their territory. Lung Bingshuang withdrew her gaze when she saw the 3 of them leaving. She once again looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left. Her pair of intelligent pretty eyes slowly narrowed. Immediately, her lovely body, which was suspended in the air, slowly became distorted. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from this snowy land. At the same time, on the other side, Xiao Yan, who was swiftly flying, also involuntarily turned his head to look behind him. His eyes rotated and he ceased thinking about it. The moment he recovered, he activated the sky extinction steps at full speed. Immediately, he transformed into a wild wind and swiftly flew towards the outer regions of the Shilin mountain range. 3 days later, on the peak of a certain mountain, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, was seated upright. Both of his hands gradually formed a seal. As Xiao Yan breathed through his nose, waves of turbid natural energy swiftly gathered towards Xiao Yan. They followed the pores on Xiao Yan's body and entered the meridians within his body. After which, after being refined by the heavenly flame, it followed the route of the flame art chi method and finally returned to the vortex space. Although Lung Bingshuang had intervened and helped the wild and violent energy within Xiao Yan's body calm down, it was ultimately only able to suppress it. The mottled energy within it was still not pure enough. After leaving the inner regions of the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan randomly found a place to temporarily settle down. After 3 days of continuous refinement, the energy within his body was finally completely refined. Following Xiao Yan's thoughts, it completely poured into the vortex space. Until a certain moment, Xiao Yan's eyes slowly opened. While his eyes flickered, there were also traces of excitement surging out. Immediately, Xiao Yan flipped his palm, and an exquisite-looking jade box appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. What was contained within was the spirit condensation fruit. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile reading website, M.